Mic check 1 2. Hello, hello. Welcome. This is Just Human, episode 361, and I'm recording this after having just released episode 360 because there's just some very important news happening in the world. As you guys know, Maduro was captured over the weekend. What an awesome weekend! What an awesome weekend, both like just as a fan of Trump, uh, but more importantly, as an American and as uh, a b- I don't an advocate for liberty and security in the world. Um, the world is so much better off today, Monday, that I'm recording this, January 5th, than it was just a few days ago. The world is safer and more free, and all of the right people are upset. Um, so many of the world's worst people are in much weaker positions today and have been humbled. I don't know if that's the right word to use. Maybe exposed is another one, but they are much less capable of doing harm and exerting uh, anti-liberty and anti-human uh, efforts across the world. I'm trying to be very careful and try and encapsulate what this is, because really the capture of Maduro is not some sort of grievance. It's not about some sort of grievance between the US and Venezuela. It's not some sort of it's not because of an animosity between Trump and Maduro. It's not because of oil, although oil is a factor in it, but it's certainly not because the US needs Venezuela's oil. Um it's not because of some past uh violation of something or some current violation. It's not because of the shadow tanker fleet. Um, it's not because Maduro's refused to surrender or something. It's because this is what is right, and it was long overdue. And it's because this is part of a strategic effort to not just bring back the Monroe Doctrine as the Donroe Doctrine, although I love that very much. It is an essential part of a strategic effort to secure our region and to secure the world from some very, very bad people who, while Trump has been in power, both the first admin in between and now, are having bad day after bad day after bad day. Um, Trump talks about a golden age being ushered in, and it's appropriate because it's Trump, and he loves gold and all that. And I think a lot of people, they hear him mention a golden age and they think, oh, he's talking about making all of his friends rich or himself rich, or he's fantasizing about how rich each American's going to be. But to most of the world, to 90% of the world, Americans are already rich. We're already stupidly rich, richer than they ever have a hope of being. And we should be aware of that. But I think the golden age isn't just about those things. It's not just about economic benefit. It's about the benefits and the enhancement and the propagation of liberty. And that's some of what I want to talk about today on this episode. I'm recording this back to back with my after having just released an episode, because there's so much going on with Maduro. And yes, I'm going to be following that case, which is an old case. It's the indictment that they brought against him is it's been thrown on the docket of a case from 2011. So it's the fourth superseding indictment against Maduro. So I'm going to get to that, but before I do, I want to talk about what actually took place over the weekend, and I want to talk about its strategic effects and its geopolitical effects that we're going to see happen over the next months, years, decade or so. And to do that, what I'm going to do is first, I'm going to splice in my immediate video that I recorded over the weekend reacting to Maduro being captured and showing some of what happened. So if you've already seen it on YouTube and Rumble, then feel free to hit the timestamp down below and go to the next chapter of this video. So I'm going to cut that in because it's just an initial reaction, and I was very excited, and I think a lot of people resonate with what I said in that video and what I put in. But the next chapter I'm going to put in is going to be an overview of what we've learned in the couple days afterward, and I'm going to be talking about the strategic importance of this. I'm going to talk about how oil is a factor in it. I'm going to talk about how this reflects and informs. I don't know if that's the right word. I'm going to talk about what the knock on effects of this are, and then I'm going to get to the actual criminal case against Maduro. So that's the plan for this episode, and I will see what happens. I want to get this out pretty quickly and just catch everybody up on this. And I feel like there are moments there's moments where, and definitely people my age and older have felt this. There's moments where we feel like, uh-oh, we're the bad guys. In this instance, in this circumstance, in a certain way, the US, we did a bad thing. We messed up. And that's something that my generation, and I think going all the way back to Vietnam, that's a feeling that we've had to wrestle with many times, unfortunately. And it's a feeling that comes back around, and sometimes subtly, sometimes very forcefully, and in bad faith ways, is shoved into our face again by commies and Marxists and lefties, by people on the woke right, and by America's enemies. And it's a demoralization effort to try and make us accept that we were the baddies in this one instance, and we're forever that, and we should be ashamed, and all these things, right? I'm trying to, it's a bad faith effort. Instead of it being about accountability, it's about tearing you down and tearing down the country. But then there are other times where, as an American, you feel like, oh yes, this is not only the right thing to do, it's the just thing to do, it's a good thing to do. And we are not just on the good side of history. We are not just the good guys. We are the heroes. The heroes of that moment. Or we are the bringers of justice and goodness and righteousness. And we don't always feel that way. But there are times where it's undeniably true. And in those moments, you feel proud to be an American. You feel blessed and you feel proud. And the sense of patriotism you get isn't just, it's my team and my team is doing well. It's a sense of this is so much greater than I can really know in this moment, but my country is not just doing something good, it's doing something that is absolutely righteous, is pro-human, is pro-liberty. And it makes you very proud to be an American. And over the weekend, I felt that. Over the weekend, I think that what just happened with this administration, what they've done, is one of those moments where you're proud to be an American. And, it's not like me or anybody listening to this had anything to do with it, right? We're kind of vicariously enjoying it. But at the same time, we did have something to do with it because we voted for Trump and because we've supported Trump in the good times and the bad times, right? And just kind of want to soak it in. Just want to soak it in. You have my permission to soak it in and to feel good about it. Yeah. Yeah. So I hope you guys have done that. And if you haven't, then I kind of want to make this show an occasion to do that, but also to bring things down and like, okay, let's get down to an analytical level. Let's gather some information, analyze this, and I want to give you my thoughts on it. And I welcome your thoughts in the comments. So, all right, just before we get to it, my black screen is right here. I always forget to preload the window I'm going to show. I have it all arranged. I have it all arranged, nice and ready to go on my screen. One day I'll be pro. Probably not. Probably not. So my link tree, you know where to find it. It's in the description of the show. It's in my profile, wherever you're watching or listening or following me. The link tree is where you go to find all of my links. You can find all the places to follow me, all the places to watch, all the places to listen, and all the different ways to support. Benson Honey Farms bootleg products and Manly cans are ways that you can buy something for yourself or a gift for someone else. But at the same time, if you use my affiliate links, they'll kick a few dollars my way out of your purchase. You get something, I get a little something. Works out for everybody. You support a small, with these two, Benson and Bootleg, you support a small bit family business. I don't know that much about the back end of Manly Cans. I don't know if they're a family owned business. So maybe they are. I don't honestly know. Ko-Fi.com is how you keep me caffeinated. If you're just like, you know what, today I want to buy Just Human a cup of coffee, that's where you go. But if the main way to support the show is justhuman.substack.com. You can get a yearly subscription over there, or you can get a monthly subscription. And when you do that, what you're doing is you're buying me 1 cup of coffee a month, and you're throwing a couple dollars into my Pacer fund so I can access various legal documents and bring to you the cases that I do. And on the news of or in that area of my work, which has become a huge chunk of it, if not the dominant part of it, which is following all various legal cases, I have something new coming in that arena, or maybe something old that I'm going to be doing again. And it's very important that support is very important to me. And for those of you who are Substack subscribers, whether you're a freebie, which is totally fine, it's free, justhuman.substack.com, it's free to sign up. But if you are a paid member, then you're the core of my support for what I do here with these videos and with the things that I write. And people on Substack, you don't get every video that I put out on YouTube and Rumble, but I do smash it all together. The most important videos, I smash them all together in the form of a podcast that I release here so that you can watch or listen over on Substack. And then also I do writing over here. I have some articles, which I'm very proud of, especially my last 2. I'm very proud of those. And I don't do very many long form articles per year. I probably should. And one of my goals this year is to do more writing, but actually in short form. And that is a newsletter. So what I'm, hint, hint, what I'm bringing back, hint, hint, is a newsletter, hint, hint. So if you're interested in getting a newsletter that covers legal cases that I find particularly interesting, that have to do with espionage, politics, terrorism, things like that, that's mostly the wheelhouse of it. justhuman.substack.com. Free or paid subscription, but if you want to support, paid subscription is the way to go. $7 a month. Cup of coffee, and it pays for my legal documents. Okay. I'm also Thread. If you just want to keep up with my threads that I write on X, you can find a link to my Thread Reader account. And then I'm active on True Social and on X. I do reply. And some of you have gotten back to me and let me know your thoughts on the new format of the show. And I really do appreciate it. If you haven't done that, I would love to hear from you. Okay, now I want to get to what I'm going to do next is I'm going to splice in this video right here, Maduro Captured. I'm going to splice that video into this episode. And then, which by the way, has done much better than most of my recent videos on on Rumble, which is awesome. I really appreciate everybody liking and sharing this video. I'm going to splice this in, and then that's going to be the first chapter of this episode, and then the next chapter is going to be me going over some of the geopolitics and some of the post event, what we've learned in the days afterward about the operation and things like that. And then the next chapter after that is going to be the Maduro case. All right, I'll see you there. Good morning. And what a lovely morning it is. Hope you have your coffee. I have good news. I have a new indictment against the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. And when I say new indictment, I do mean a new one. I'm not talking about the old one from March of 2020 when he and I think it was 14 others, I believe it was. Yes, press release isn't updated. Him and 14 others were indicted by DOJ, and there were a number of spin-off cases, and those have resolved or are still ongoing. But I do have a brand new indictment against Nicolas Maduro that AG Pam Bondi just unsealed. And the reason we have this new indictment is because, well, while you were sleeping, some things happened. You probably noticed that over the past few months, maybe, there's been a buildup of various assets in U.S. Southcom. There's been a carrier, various ships and destroyers, and lots of aircraft and some Army and Marine personnel. There's a Marine Expeditionary Unit there. And there's been all these boat strikes that have been happening and a blockade. And there's been a lot of hand wringing about whether or not the U.S. should really be doing this, blah, 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 blah. And among this buildup, some of it happening in Puerto Rico, there were some very nice C-130Js and some F-35s. And there were some transports and lots of KC-135s. And the U.S. was building up for a big operation in the Caribbean. And people were very upset about this. And in my opinion, all the right people were very upset about this. And there were a number of targets that the U.S. could have gone after in Venezuela. And you started to see maps or like this float around, showing all the different military bases and assets and various targets that are in Venezuela. And lots of people were getting very, very worried that the U.S. was going to invade Venezuela. And of course, if we invaded Venezuela, it would be for their oil or because the Jews made us do it or some other bullshit. But those of us who kind of pay attention to things knew that was all a bunch of junk and knew that we weren't going to invade Venezuela and conduct some sort of regime change operation a la the Bush administration. It was very clear that the U.S. had very specific goals. And those goals were to take out the enemies of the U.S. And while you were sleeping last night, and really the enemies, well, I'll get to that. I'll get that in later. So while we were all sleeping last night, or most of us were, suddenly U.S. Air Force transponders deactivated over on ADSB. The screen usually on the weekend has a couple hundred U.S. military aircraft transponding, at least in CONUS. Nope, all gone. And then suddenly pizza traffic picked up. The pizza restaurant closest to the Pentagon, Pizzato Pizza, had a huge spike in activity around 2 to 3 a.m. And the gay bar closest to the Pentagon closed early. And then we start getting videos like this. Videos of U.S. helicopters operating over Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. And this video's not the highest quality, but you can tell there are MH-60 little birds out there, and there's some MH-47 Chinooks. And we got more images of these. And it appeared that the 160th SOAR Night Stalkers were operating in Venezuela. And when you see Chinooks and you see MH-60s, little birds, it's almost always the 160th SOAR. And I don't have the image. I went back to try and find it. But there was a really good overhead image that someone took of a Chinook flying over them in Caracas area, and you could see the refueling rod sticking out. And I should call it a rod, but I don't know what else to call it. You could see the refueling tube or attachment to the Chinook, and that's the dead giveaway that it's the 160th SOAR. And the 160th SOAR, well, that's the Night Stalkers, and that's the group who deliver some really high-speed operators into high-speed situations to do high-speed work against bad guys. And it's also notable that they're operating under conditions that are not exactly optimal. The timing here, the moon is nearly full, and it was a cloudy night, so there was a lot more light than they would typically want to work with. The ideal situation is moonless, low light. That's where we have the advantage, where special operators have the advantage. But the weather was good, and the timing was good for some other reasons that I'll get to at the end of this. More footage came in, and this appeared to show an AH-1Z Viper. Now, we know from the buildup map over here that I was showing you. Where'd it go? Maybe I already closed it. Ah, here it is. We know from the buildup that some of the aircraft that were over here included AH-1Z Vipers, or, we used to call them Cobras. This is the upgraded version, and also some Apaches. And so when this video came out and it appeared to show rocket pods consistent and a profile of the bird consistent with it being a Viper. And I know it's grainy, but it very much has the profile of a Viper. It's like, okay, there's U.S. forces are really operating here and engaging targets. And something else to notice here, you can see light out there. See the city lights and street lights way out there, but there's no lights here. There's no lights in these buildings nearby, which is just how the Night Stalkers like it. And as more video came out, look at this zone, blacked out. Now, some of that is the port, but there's definitely a blackout consistent with a grid being blacked out. Let me see if this one had the footage of... Oh, this is the one. This is the one that has the footage of the Chinook flying over. Watch this. I don't know how big I can make it on screen. Maybe about this big. See if I can pause it and show you the Chinook. Boom, that was it. This dude got buzzed. Right. There. I don't know if you could tell. It may not come across real well on here. It keeps on full screening it for me. There's a tube sticking out right there for refueling, which tells you it's 160th SOAR. So Maduro and his family, very nervous. And it would seem like this is the kind of situation where Maduro would turn to his good buddy, Vladimir Putin, to get him out of there. And I kind of wonder if there's been some sort of effort recently by Putin to rescue Maduro the same way he rescued Assad. But it looks like that didn't happen. I commented as I was watching this at 3 a.m. If he's super lucky, he's about to be sharing a flat in Moscow with Al-Assad. That's if he's real lucky. But if he's just a little lucky, then SOAR is going to fly him to Gitmo. And if his luck has run out, well, then Venezuela's earthworms are going to get a donation. And I'm used about some sort of joke that we could write about Al-Assad and Khomeini and Maduro walk into a bar in Moscow and Snowden tells them stay away from balconies. But it didn't quite go down that way. It turns out he had a little luck left. The United States of America, according to Trump posted this about a little after 5 a.m., I think. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. So that means no Gitmo, I believe. I don't believe he's going to be going to Gitmo. He's going to be going to somewhere else. There will be a news conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Signed, President Trump. So Maduro had a little bit of luck left. And then we learned that he was kidnapped right out of the presidential palace called Miraflores. He's probably going to go to the MDC, where all sorts of other very bad people go, deep in New York and Brooklyn. And I'm going to save this comment for later. Move that over. Okay. So we started learning more. This is not the video I wanted. This page has... Why is it playing this video? This is not what I wanted. This is a Super Pro show. And why is it not stopping? Okay, let's try that again. I want to use this video that I have from this account called Sukamus, I think is his name. Sukamimus, I'm not really sure exactly how he says his channel name. See it right there. Communist. I don't know how he says his name, but he's extremely good. I love his videos. He mostly focuses on Ukraine updates, but this morning he had some really good video footage out of Venezuela. This right here is in the port, and it looks like we hit a weapons depot because there were many secondary explosions coming out of it, like that one. And we learned that during the operation, according to news reports that have now trickled out, one of the brilliant things that this administration did is they didn't placate to or try and play nice or loop in the asshats in Congress to what, and the Senate to what they were doing. They didn't tell the House Intel Committee or the Senate Intel Committee about what they were going to do. And thank God they didn't, because if they had, there would have been leaks. There's way too many people, way too many politicians in the U.S. who are way too friendly with Maduro and or people who are adjacent to Maduro. Pardon me. So it looks like this is the facility that was hit. There might have been something else stored there, but the secondaries seem like munitions going off. In order to do this operation, the U.S. Utilized F-35s and F-22s and all sorts of other things to... There's a H-64 Apache launching rockets. You can see, again, the city's blacked out. So they hit power stations. They hit anti-air, which they don't have a lot of anti-air assets. Venezuela doesn't. There's some, but they really don't have a lot. They have some... It's all Russian stuff, and it's old S-300s and Buk-2s or whatever they're called. They have some of these things, but they don't have a lot of them. So it wouldn't have been defanging their anti-air abilities was the very first thing that happened. And we would learn that it happened basically in conjunction with the 160th flying in. And there's some videos where you can see attacks ongoing against, this isn't one of them, but you can see missile strikes coming from high up against assets on the ground, like right as the helicopters are coming in. This is the scene outside the presidential palace where the guards are so on alert. They don't know what's going on. Like they know that there's helicopters around and they know that something's going down, but they're now stopping everybody, even somebody on a moped, trying to see, who are you? They're like, and they, after this clip, they go over to a vehicle and they're like harassing this guy in that vehicle right there, that red car. And then this is hilarious. I'm pretty sure this is an old US made vehicle from like the 1950s or 60s. I could be mistaken about that, but these are all scenes around the presidential palace where they're aware something's going down, but we don't know where it is or where it's coming from. And they're just scrambled, disorganized. And this is the place where Delta Force, it turns out who it was, went in and nabbed Nicolas Maduro and his wife straight out of their bedroom. After it was all over, the Venezuelan defense minister gave made this video, put this video out about how they're going to stand up to the U.S. and they're going to fight the imperialist, and this is a liberation war and all of these things. But by the time he put it out, we were already gone. We took their leader and we were already gone. There's the image. You can see it very well right there. 1/60th. So, Attorney General Pam Bondi posted this morning, Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of the American justice system on American soil in American courts. So this is DOJ working with the U.S. military to grab someone that's been wanted by the U.S. DOJ for a very long time. Rubio, I love this. He reposted a post that he made from July where he said Maduro is not the president of Venezuela and his regime is not the legitimate government. Maduro is the head of the Cartel de los Soles, a narco-terror organization which has taken possession of a country, and he is under indictment for pushing drugs into the U.S. So while you slept, this is what Maduro went through. Oh, it's so good. And honest to God, as I went to bed last night, as I knew this stuff and I was aware it was going down, I went to bed really late. And I was laying in bed with my phone, knowing I needed to turn it off, but I was watching some of this first news come out. And I finally convinced myself about 3:30, I think, to turn my phone off, put it down, close my eyes, and try and go to sleep. And even though I was really excited, and I thought to myself, all right, I'm going to lay down, I'm going to pray for the troops that were involved in this operation, which, as far as we know, no U.S. troops were killed, but there were some injuries. But we don't know I haven't seen anywhere the extent of those at this time of recording. I was like, okay, I'm gonna pray for these awesome operators and pilots and everyone else who's involved in this operation. I'm gonna pray for the people of Venezuela, and I'm gonna say a prayer of thanks to this president, this administration, and to all the people who keep us safe. And I was thinking about how right now Maduro and his wife are on a helicopter, soon to be on a plane, headed for the U.S. and headed for a cell for the rest of their lives. And all of this is going down while I'm at home safe and sound with my family. And I was thinking, my family is safe thanks to the work these people do. And I want that for the people in Venezuela. And so I would encourage you, either right now or sometime in the near future, or when you go to bed tonight, think about how evil people being taken out, whether that's cuffed and taken into custody or otherwise, is why we're able to have the safety that we do here in America. And it's people like Maduro and people allied with him who have worked for years and have threatened this country and have threatened our freedom and threatened our safety. And I think, for some of us, it's very personal. I know for me, it's personal because of the drugs. Because there are so many people I know who have either overdosed or accidentally overdosed or using a drug they intended to use, or who have died because they were given fentanyl-laced products. They were just way too strong and it killed them. And I think, that's something that these types of people like Maduro, they're profiting off of that. and they stay in power thanks to that. And thank God we have people like Trump and Rubio and Delta Force and 160th SOAR and Air Force pilots and all of these things who have the balls and the courage, the skill sets, the will to go and eliminate these people, eliminate them from power. Rubio is perhaps the most consequential Secretary of State the U.S. has had in a half century or more. And there's a little bit of a lesson here if you think back to how Trump ridiculed him in the primaries and how Trump, was so harsh on Rubio way back when. But now look at where Rubio's at. That should be a lesson to everybody about just how Trump operates. When he needs to turn on the full political narrative machine, politician trying to run an election and win an office, he'll turn it on. Even if it means exaggerating to the point of dishonesty in some instances. I'm sorry if that's uncomfortable for anybody, but that's the truth. Trump will play the game that he needs to play in order to get the objective he needs to get. But that doesn't mean that other person or whatever it is, he's not aware of their value. And Rubio's a great example of someone that Trump at one point seemed at odds with only because they were running for the same office. But now, years later, to me, Rubio is the next best president that we could possibly have. I mean, his status, his stature, and his value to our country just goes up and up and up and up and up. Now, after everything's gone down, Tehran is obviously and should be terrified. And just moments after Jordan Satchel posted this, he posted this at 8 a.m. that Tehran should be terrified of what's coming. This is a great start to 2026, right? Now look, 8:01 a.m. Khamenei posts, that ranting American sits there talking about the Iranian nation spewing a combination of slander and promises, false promises, deception. We will not give in to the enemy. He went on a tirade, and it's hilarious. He's obviously terrified. It's so great, and he should be. He should be, because as this account, Dan Lanius, or Linnaeus, I don't know how he says his name, but he's a great follow. As he correctly responds, Khomeini is the enemy. He's the enemy of the Iranian people, of humanity, of common decency, and history will memorialize his evil eschatological fanaticism as such. Amen. And Trump went on this morning to compare what just happened with Maduro to the strike on Iran. He did say, I think this might have been more complex, but it's Trump. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But as much as Trump is also willing to turn on the politician mode, he's also willing to turn on the real estate mode. And that's why Trump will say it's the greatest, it's the biggest, it's the best, it's the most beautiful, it's the most golden. Like, that's him in real estate mode. He's making a sell. He's hyping up the value of the real estate, right? That's his real estate mode. So I wouldn't expect him to say, this was easier. I wouldn't expect him to, but it might have been more complex. Here's where the timing comes in. One of the things that's interesting about the timing of this hit is that Maduro just yesterday met with a representative from CCP, from Xi's inner circle. They had dinner together, and they aired part of it. Do they have the image here? Here it is. This guy, Maduro, was having, this is from yesterday. This is from yesterday. And this Chinese diplomat and his team are still there in Caracas, or at least they were. So don't miss that what Trump just did. It's not only a message to Khomeini. It's a message to China. And that's where I want to kind of loop in some more of my own thoughts on this. And I want to make sure people really get this. The regimes in Iran, the regime in Russia, narco-terrorist groups across the globe, international crime syndicates, and all the cartels in this hemisphere, they are all much weaker and lonelier today, thanks to Trump's bold series of decisions to sanction the cartels, but to also enforce those sanctions, to arrest their leaders, to missile strike their boats, his blockading of Venezuela's ports, and now the black bagging of Maduro out of Venezuela and into the U.S. justice system. Venezuela is a nexus in the narco-terrorism trade, human trafficking trade. He is in power, and he has power because he facilitates the movement of victimized humans, of drugs, the funding of terrorism, the movement of oil that goes to these and weapons that goes to various Islamic terrorist groups across the globe. There's a big so many people are unaware of the relationship between Russia, Iran, Venezuela, China, Cuba. They're, to a lesser extent, Cuba these days, of course, but they are all part of this nexus of black market criminal activity. And that criminal activity preys on the Western world, particularly America, particularly Europe as well. Just depending, it's more or less depending on which actor it is, regionally. But Venezuela is a huge factor in this whole system that exists. And Russia and China have both had their claws sunk into South America for the purpose of maintaining this sort of black market, third world narco-terrorist state. And China is seeking to get more and more influence into South America. Russia is not able to get as much influence anymore. They're in a pretty bad state, although they'll never admit that. But China is not. And this was a message to Chinese. Doing this while the Chinese were there, it's a diplomatic slap to Xi's face. And doing this to Maduro, what he's just done, is a slap to Putin, because Putin and his regime and his friends have profited off of what's been going on in Venezuela for decades. And Iran has managed to exist, and its regime has profited, and its terrorist cells, Hezbollah and Venezuela is one of the strongest supporters of Hezbollah and Hamas and other terrorist groups. These are they're all bedfellows. They're all aligned with each other. And they're all enemies of the U.S. Now, I'm going to speak a bit forcefully to some people. May not necessarily be against you, the listener or the viewer right now, but you probably know someone like this and they need to hear this. This is to all the black pillars who incessantly whine and attack Trump and Bondi and Cash and the rest of his team because your favorite domestic villain hasn't been handcuffed yet. You know the type of people I'm talking about. What Trump just pulled off in Venezuela, the boat strikes, the blockade, capturing Maduro and his wife straight out of the palace, flying that evil bastard to Manhattan to stand trial. This is orders of magnitude more important and more consequential for America, for this hemisphere and the world, than locking up whichever crooked U.S. politician you're obsessed with hating. From the Yemen strikes to the Iran nuke commission, the border, the tariffs, the support of our closest allies to this action in Venezuela, this admin has informed America's enemies. Don't fuck with commerce, don't fuck with our friends, don't fuck with our borders, and don't fuck with our citizens. I voted for this. I voted for exactly this. I've got a lot. I don't know about a lot, but I have several disagreements with the admin. I don't like every single thing they've done. I don't like every single person they've put in various positions. I don't like everything Trump says. I don't like everything he does. But I didn't vote for him because I expected to like every single thing he did or would do or would say. I voted for him because I knew this would be the message that he would put out to the world, to America's enemies. Peace through fucking strength and the will to enforce, to put that strength to use. Trump warned him. Trump warned Maduro. See, I'll play it for you.
Ooh, yes, hopefully, sir. But as I was saying, we cannot afford to lose a single aircraft.
Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What could we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
God bless this man. God bless our troops. God bless our law enforcement. We are all better off. The world is better off because this all went down. And we went and got the guy we wanted. We got the objective, yanked him out. And it's so much more than just this case, which I'm about to record a video reading this indictment. It's so much more than this. It's about the message it sends to all of our enemies and all the enemies of our allies and the enemies of liberty everywhere. I voted for this. What a lovely morning. See you in the next video. Hold up. I was about to, I was ending the video there, but then I saw this. Yes, I voted for this. I voted for this. And we also have a news conference with Trump that has just started. So I might as well include it in the video and, just like react to it, I guess. Let's see. I think yeah, here he comes. This is probably going to be Trump at his absolute best.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Big Duff. We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark, and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. Man. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had.
Congratulations, Marco Rubio.
Years. So we are going to run the country
until
such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Can you hear the rees?
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust. For
that's not tinnitus you're hearing. It's the rees.
Long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered so much.
By the way, I just want to say something because people are going to throw it out there. The U.S. doesn't need Venezuelan oil. We don't need the type of oil that it is, and we don't need their oil, period. And it wouldn't even make sense for us to go in there and steal their oil. The price of oil right now per barrel is in the neighborhood of what we would, where we would want it. If not, we need it a little bit higher because it's getting so low that it's starting to cause the U.S. to have to turn off some of our wells because it's not cost effective to continue pumping oil out of the ground for them because the price is so low. And that's why gas prices have been dropping so rapidly at the gas pump. The price of oil per barrel has gone down so much. And it's gone down because the market has been hit with a bunch of new production from the U.S., but also from the Middle East. They dumped a bunch of oil on the market, which drove the price down. But there's just no, just economic wise, there's no argument that's like, oh, the U.S. is doing this because we need their oil. It doesn't mean you won't see U.S. companies back in Venezuela operating the oil industry there and partaking in it. And what he's talking about, that used to be the thing that used to be occurring there, is that there were American oil and petroleum companies operating in Venezuela, and it was in partnership with the Venezuelans. And Maduro and the Chavez regime, they took those over. They seized the means of production. They seized the means of oil production, which were American company built. They stole them, and they kept. You ever heard of the Citgo 6? I think it is. They held those American individuals hostage. So I'm just telling you, like, you'll hear that thrown out, and it's really low IQ. And if you just take some time to learn about the economics of it and the history of Venezuela and the oil industry there, you realize that it's a really dumb argument, and it's a dumb theory to put forth that all of this is happening because the U.S. is going to steal their oil.
Which was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida.
He's also indicted in Florida.
But we have
both of them are old, but there's a new one in New
overwhelming
York.
Evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law, and I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. It was a rough.
He's trailing off a bit
section,
now.
And we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help.
Hey, see Ratcliffe there. People underestimate, and I'm going to get this into another segment, upcoming podcast about the relationship between Trump and Ratcliffe and how much work is the CIA is doing behind the scenes in Venezuela and in Ukraine. And it speaks so much to the epic kayfabe that Trump puts on for the camera, and that other people in his ad man, they do a circus act almost, or some of them very much a circus act, that distract and make it seem, they put up a front that Trump is either weak on Russia or weak on Ukraine, but there is a lot of unspoken, unacknowledged support happening for you from the U.S. to Ukraine. And in Venezuela, the CIA was essential in an operation like this. And the same thing in Ukraine. There's so many ways that the CIA is helping out in Ukraine, but it's unacknowledged. And it's unacknowledged because there's an unacknowledged gray zone war going on between the U.S. and Russia, and there has been for years. But there's some value in it being unacknowledged. And even though it's super freaking annoying, there's some value in lefties believing that Trump and Putin are somehow allies when they're not. And there's even some value in all the various conspiracy theories that float around about Trump and Putin secretly working together when they're not. It gets annoying, but because of people who just go way too far with it. But there's some value in it, that being the public narrative, and that also seeding questions in the minds of diplomats and whatnot. But the relationship between Trump and the men you see here is so important. I wish Bondi was also here, but their relationships are so important, and the work that they're accomplishing behind the scenes. Trump has always operated like this: big circus, big real estate salesman up front, lots of veneer, lots of distractions, lots of fanfare, lots of show, and then all of this work happening behind the scenes, undistracted by all of that, and people focusing on following the laser or following the rumor mongering and getting caught up in fake news and all of those things, and then him later dunking on them. Uh, it's at times it's very tiring, and at times it drives me crazy, and I'm just like, oh God. But whether it's people following it and getting too caught up in it, or it's Trump egging it on. But when the results come in, boy, do they come in. So, and it just makes it it just makes it worth it.
We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no
okay.
We had no
He's
working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster. And the
he's
mayor was
going
a
on
disaster,
about
but
other
knocked
things,
down
and this
Buffalo.
video is going long. So I'm going to go ahead and end it here. I'm going to end this video here, and I'll put a link to this press conference in the show if you guys want to go and watch the rest of the press conference. But I'm not really in. That's all I wanted to really. I wanted to get that Trump. This is Trump. At his, I've stayed up all night overseeing this operation, and unlike me, he doesn't run on caffeine. So I don't know. He runs on something else, but even he has his limits. You can tell he's a bit tired and he's been up all night overseeing this, but he's also at his best in moments like these. So, all right. Anyway, that's a long enough video for this update, and I got some more on the way. So, y'all, thank y'all very much, and stay human. You'll see me in the next video. All right. So after the Maduro operation had concluded, and Maduro was on his way to New York City, which it was always going to be that way, but it is kind of it's a serendipitous thing, a very enjoyable thing, that the day after Mamdani gives a communist speech as he takes over New York City as mayor, the U.S. hours later captures one of the most notorious communists in the entire world and ships him in to that same city to stand trial. I love it. So with Trump, when he gave this press conference, he had some interesting words to say, and I'm going to need to unmute that tab if I want you guys to hear it, huh? So this is one of his comments that I wanted to highlight to begin this segment.
Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again.
Yes, the Monroe Doctrine. Not sure if you've heard of it before, the Monroe Doctrine. Some of us have been paying attention to Monroe for a very long time. And the doctrine that Trump is talking about is not nearly as attractive as this one, but it is more important, I have to say. Sorry, Marilyn. Few things here in Trump's words, and the number one thing I want to, he's talking about Venezuela becoming more friendly with adversaries of the U.S. and adversaries of liberty itself. And the policy in D.C., the approach that D.C. has taken for so many years towards Venezuela and towards adversaries in general, whether it's their direct or indirect adversaries, has been appeasement, has been mitigation, appeasement, and looking at us as what are we doing wrong, and allowing them to operate. allowing them, allowing our worst enemies to move closer and closer and closer into our neighborhood. There's a concept I'm going to mention a few times in this video that I call regions of responsibility. It's something that I made up with the help of a commenter to my show a long time ago, JV White. He called it regions of responsibility, and I've long seen Trump's part of the way Trump operates is that he views other countries as having the responsibility to clean up their own neighborhood. And when they don't do that, and it threatens U.S. Companies, U.S. citizens, or our allies, then we step in. And that's what's good. That's what's gone on in the Middle East. That's what's gone on in the Indo-Pacific. And now that's what's happening here in the Western Hemisphere. It's been a very long time coming. And it's not, this is so much more, has so much more strategic value than maybe immediately apparent to some. If you read the new national security strategy that the Trump admin put out 6 months ago, you probably wouldn't be super surprised that this happened, but you might be surprised and probably in awe of just how it went down. But the main line here, under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. That is in a single line. That is the point of how this operation went down, because it was a showcase of our ability to project our military power, combined joint operation power, with such exactness and speed, and to accomplish our objectives with barely a scratch on any vehicle or soldier. No other country can do that. The only one who comes close is Israel. But no other country can do anything like what we just did. And that has sent a chill down the spines of every adversary that we have. And not just because they don't want to tangle with us, but they don't want to tangle with any of our friends. And I made the point in my previous video that I put on Rumble and YouTube, Maduro Captured, and that in my podcast is the first chapter of episode 361. And I wrote this on X, and I was very excited when I said it, and I still am excited to say it now. The message here, the message that Trump admin put out over the weekend, and the message that his admin has been putting out in the first admin, but definitely in the second admin from the very first moments it was sworn in, is don't fuck with commerce, don't fuck with our friends, and don't fuck with our citizens, don't fuck with our borders, don't fuck with America. And Rubio, in a more diplomatic, toned down way, said something similar during that press conference.
Out. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it.
I'll get more into what exactly the threat is they're talking about. It's not just, oh, it's someone there who we don't get along with, or it's someone who's allied with other enemies of ours, such as Russia and Iran. Venezuela was a threat to this hemisphere, this country, our citizens, and to our allies. And there is a nexus of evil, an axis of evil, if you will, that Iran, Venezuela, China, and Russia all align on, and they enhance each other's ability, and they attack the U.S. through gray zone warfare. That's what it is. That's what these cartels are. That's what the fentanyl transportation, the fentanyl trafficking that happens into this country, the human trafficking, the criminals that they send across the border. Not all of them are criminals, of course, but there are a significant portion of those who come across our borders illegally who are absolutely criminals. Some of them are criminals that have received training by terrorist cells. And there has been too much fucking around for too long by these types of groups. And the entire time that the first year 2025 was all about this White House securing that border because of that gray zone warfare that was happening. We should be willing to confront it as what it is. It's paramilitary. Trinidad, Aragua, the Sinaloa cartel, all of these other groups, they are narco-terrorists, and they are conducting gray zone warfare against US citizens in our country. And so many of them receive training, funding, equipment, and the drugs from Venezuela. And what did Venezuela get? Venezuela got money, billions and billions of dollars from Russia and Iran. For what? For their crude oil and for these operations, for their drugs. So much of terrorist operations around the globe are financed by the trafficking of humans and narcotics and weapons. And Venezuela was a mega store of those things. And Venezuela, in return, besides getting billions and billions of dollars from Iran and Russia and China as well, Venezuela also got lots of weapons. And so this right here is not just a capture of a longtime enemy of the U.S. who is a drug lord and that Trump singled out, and U.S. just wants his oil. No, there's a reason why. What was the bounty on Maduro? Either 25 or $50 million. There are reasons backing up why that bounty was so high on him. Because he was the leader of a country whose entire existence was aimed at undermining the U.S. and harming our citizens, as well as harming our allies, as well as being a benefactor and a beneficiary to Russia, China, Iran, and narco-terrorists everywhere. A reporter asked Trump, and actually, I'll just let it play. I'll let it play. This right here.
Has something of a mixed track record of
Sorry, that's a bit loud. I apologize.
The U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Peace through strength doesn't mean we go in and we occupy and we conduct this regime change operation that takes decades to do. But have you noticed how many people who supposedly are on the right, who are supposedly Trump fans, are so eager to criticize and jump on the fear-mongering bandwagon of, oh, we're going to go into another war. I don't want my son to die for Israel. I don't want we're going to repeat Vietnam. You notice how many on the right who pretend to be fans of Trump so often are so quick to sound like leftist of the 2000s and leftist of the late 60s and early 70s. It should tell you something about those people. Do with it what you will, but you should remember that. You should remember that. Because Trump's track record is not one of sending the U.S. military in and then getting our military mired in some sort of long-term operation without end goals, with unfair, ridiculous rules of engagement. No. Trump says, hey, military guys, what do you need to accomplish your objectives? You got it. Here are your objectives. What do you need from me? Here's my authorization. Go do it. They accomplish the objective. They get out. This is not the Bush admin or the Obama admin. This is the Trump admin. And it's remarkable how quick so many are to undermine the president they claim to support. All right, so getting a little bit more into the operation that actually took place. It's been leaked that the CIA had someone in Maduro's inner circle who gave us a lot of intel on his movements, and in fact described the removal of Maduro as an inside job aided by some of the country's own military. And I'm not sure how much I like this leaking out, but there's been reports that I mean, we knew the CIA was operating. If you remember Ratcliffe, earlier this year, there were articles about how Ratcliffe had authorized, and Trump had authorized Ratcliffe to put the CIA on the ground in Venezuela and to conduct operations there. And again, some of those same people who somehow seem to always have the talking points of China and Russia and Iran. Funny that. We're complaining about this action. You know, there's far too many people who, when they see the acronym CIA, they immediately want the CIA, they want it destroyed along with other three-letter acronyms that make up the U.S. security apparatus. And that really tells you a lot. Anyway, so the CIA did a lot of groundwork. That's the main thing to take away from this. I'll try to get off of shooting flack over at people who are false allies. Apologies. Stay on target. So the CIA did a lot of groundwork leading up to this, as did Space Force. And, you know, none of us really know what Space Force does, but Space Force was essential to this operation, which was called Operation Absolute Resolve. And it was a precision strike to accomplish these objectives, and it took over 150 aircraft. It took thousands of people, dozens and dozens, if not over 100 naval resources, multiple U.S. bases. And so many of the people who were deployed to conduct this operation, they're already headed home, or they're headed to other theaters of operation, which is pretty amazing. We went in, we got done what we wanted to get done, and then we pulled out. We also know for a fact that the RQ-170 Air Force drone, which is a really kick-ass drone that we barely know anything about, was in operation over Venezuela while this happened. And the F-35s were absolutely essential to it with their ability to coordinate the entire battlefield. There's just so many elements here that made this take place. And it's worth listening to what the Air Force Admiral had to say about it. I'm just going to go ahead and just play this because I just think it's absolutely extraordinary. This may be the most extraordinary, the most impressive thing the U.S. military has done in its entire history. And that, I don't think that's too big of a claim.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted.
Sorry, I said Air Force General. It's Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
During the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that will be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today,
and also choosing a day where there was a certain Chinese delegation in Caracas that had just met with Maduro and was doing deals with him, which is something the U.S. cannot tolerate. We could not tolerate China getting any closer to Venezuela. We cannot tolerate China operating in this hemisphere. And this was a message to China. Big time. Big time. So that was also important in choosing which day we would execute the operation.
Weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the President to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard.
We don't know this for sure. And I don't know I haven't seen any confirmation of it. But you know, some of those first videos that we saw that came out, over here, Suchomimus. Thank you to somebody who sent me a link to how to pronounce it. Suchomimus. It's a dinosaur. It's the name of a dinosaur. So, you know, like we saw these videos of helicopters flying overhead, right? And, you know, it's like this person's on a balcony and they've kind of like woken up and realized something's going on and there's some sort of attack happening, right? And right here, there is a helicopter right there. Okay. Which was spotted by someone on X, right? You see that Chinook there? Now, it's that helicopter is over at this bunker at a military base in Caracas. And while so many of us thought, including myself, we thought that what happened was that Maduro got taken from his palace. But that's not the case. He was taken from his bunker. It would appear anyway. It appears he was taken from his bunker over here, okay? So here's where that helicopter is. Okay, now, so you see later on in this video, or in some of the videos that we've seen, like here's Caracas, right? It's north is up here. North is where the U.S. forces are in the Caribbean, right? And as people start picking apart these videos, they realize that the helicopters, where is it, right? Or at least theorized, not realized, I should say theorized, that the helicopters we see flying overhead, which helicopter? I want to find that specific helicopter video. Here, let me go to the Warzone article and see if they have it. I want to find the specific helicopter video that I'm thinking of. I know I could go to another video on that same channel. I may have should have just done that. So here, let me just do that. So I was in my last video, I was talking about where I couldn't remember the name of the stick pushing out of the helicopter, the refueling probe. So we saw these videos, right? Okay. So it's been right here. You see those helicopters out there. There's explosions in the background, right? So we interpreted at first that these helicopters, I mean, how many did we just see right there? There's like 8 of them. We interpreted at first these helicopters were going in. This appears to be them leaving as these explosions happen. This is not them going into Caracas as these explosions happen. This is the U.S. These are helicopters leaving. The operation already took place. So what's starting to look like is that, and it's just a theory, okay, but it makes a lot of sense. It seems like helicopters that Space Force or like a part of the operation was that Space Force, Cybercom, and other assets blinded Venezuelan radar or disabled it or interfered with it, jammed it, whatever, hacked it, gave it a false radar picture, whatever. I don't know. Maybe they did all of those things. But they neutralized the threat of Venezuelan anti-air defenses and their visual picture of the battle space. And it seems that the helicopters went in and went around and approached that base from the south. And that makes a lot of sense if you look at the way Caracas is laid out. That military base is right here in the south of the city. And instead of the helicopters going direct from the Caribbean over all of this area of the city, they either went around here, or they went around there, I don't know. But they took a different path while all of these air defense systems and radars were blinded or disabled or whatever. They came in, they got Maduro, and when this person steps out, as the explosions happen, that's as the U.S. helicopters are leaving. They already have Maduro. Those helicopters are flying north, folks. Out. And as they're flying out, these explosions are happening. The U.S. is bombing all of these other objectives as they leave, which I'll get in this video, I'll get to in a minute what some of those might have been. And it just changes the way you interpret what went down. It wasn't strike, 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 and then the helicopters go in. Or simultaneous, it's the helicopters went in and got Maduro. They did what they needed to do. And then as they're leaving, F-35s, F-22s, other assets are hitting these other targets in there, which I'll get to what those probably were. It's incredible. It's incredible. So far, in all the things I've looked at, the only anti-air deployment against our forces I've seen was one IGLA, one shoulder-fired surface-to-air missile that hit the side of the mountain, and then some gunfire that was maybe, I don't know what it was from, but there was some machine gun or anti-aircraft fire against one of our helicopters that did hit the helicopter but didn't disable it. And then I think that's what the AH-1 Cobra video was. That's the Cobra responding to it with their rockets, is that they're destroying that vehicle who got on. So in this video, you remember we were watching, and I was commenting on how disorganized and this video. There's been several videos that have come out of this activity around the palace where they seem like they're searching around, they're searching every vehicle that's coming around, and it just seems they seem disoriented. And there's been lots of videos that have come out that show some Venezuelan forces around the palace that look completely like they're panicked, right? Well, they were. They were panicked because the U.S. came in and took their leader, and then on the way out started bombing the objectives before these guys anybody even realized. Before anybody even realized what was happening. And the palace is right there. That fort is down this way, built into a side of a mountain. And that's where, it seems like that's where Maduro was. And we raided that mountain complex, got him out. It's just amazing. All right, back to the overview from Dan Kane.
The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise.
See, that the way he phrases it right there just makes me think even more that we came in right somewhere through this ridges or over this ridge, somewhere through here, and they had blinded the radar and jammed them or given them a false radar picture of what was going on, and they had no idea these helicopters were coming. They had no clue. 1/60th SOAR combined with Space Force and just the whole all of these different elements working in concert. It's like it's a symphony. I hope folks appreciate what amazing symphony this is. I can't I get that off of there. All right, let me go back.
As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time.
Which those videos that started coming out, when did they start coming out? They started coming out 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for us. That's when we started seeing local videos. So we were there operating, doing the mission long before the war anybody realized. And then we get all these videos of people walking out from their sleep, like, what is going on? And we're already leaving. Delta Force is already leaving with Maduro.
And the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world.
Our foes across the globe are in awe, and they are also in fear that we were able to do this. We were able to defeat so many elements of defense that Venezuela had, and those were Iranian and Russian supplied pieces of equipment that, I believe it's in this article, were easily defeated. And I don't, at least we made it appear easy to defeat them. I don't know how easy it actually was. Maybe it's not in this article that they have it. That's some of the aftermath. Those are some Buk 2s, Russian supplied air defense vehicles that Russia recently gave to Venezuela. It wasn't in that article. Joshua Steinman is one of the main architects of this. And so this is probably the best day of his life. He's a great follow on X, but Joshua Steinman is he says we re-architect the way the U.S. operates in cyberspace with NSPM 13 during Trump 45, and it was for this purpose. And so, shout out to him and everybody involved in that work, because I don't know. It's not my area of expertise, but I just think there's just so many people involved that factored into this brilliant operation, and he is one of them. He is one of them, back from the first Trump admin. And they made, as Victoria Coates said, they made Venezuela through cyber means missile defenseless. We've already seen, as Dawson points out, we've already seen how shitty Russian air defense systems are thanks to the Ukraine war. And then also in Iran, we saw Israel and the US together defeat all of the Russian supplied air defense systems in Iran. But, there's, we kind of looked at that operation and thought, okay, well, it's F-35s and F-16s and it's B-2. So it's not the same, it's like, well, yeah, they defeated that Russian hardware and it's operated by Iranians. So, okay, maybe not the best test of the capabilities of it, but this was plugging in a dozen helicopters into the operation zone. And they didn't get one shot off. So it's just on a whole nother level of defeat of those systems. And it really makes you question just against what are these systems effective? And so Moscow and Iran and China, which also has some of the same systems, same components, they know now that when the U.S. wants to defeat your defenses, they can. If there's an objective that the U.S. wants to get to, we can get to it. And we can even get to it without a single loss of any of our equipment or our personnel. So the aftermath of it, there are some videos and some satellite photos that have come out showing the destruction of significant portions of the Venezuelan military, but the Venezuelan military was not all that great of a thing to look at anyway. So it's a lot of Russian supplied stuff. So, but it didn't work. And we got, yeah, here it is. So some of the things we bombed over there as we left appear to be a bunch of vehicles. They might have been some of the other components of Russian systems that were supplied. And we know they had the S-300 and Buk systems and also one other that I can't remember the name of. But we also, that's some of the things that were hit. But there's also this building. Let's see. So if you look at this satellite image, take note of this area and then this area. I'll open it up. And then this is the entrance. So, okay. So right here, this area near this baseball field. And then this area, these buildings right here. After we were done, you can see there's nothing left. This impact, we didn't bomb the baseball field. The smoke just going over the baseball field. We hit these buildings here, these buildings here, and then these buildings down here. Very precise. Extremely precise, and the complete destruction of those buildings and everything inside them. What was inside them? I do wonder. Here is the entrance to the bunker, and we destroyed that too. I don't know if the B-2 sent a missile right through the door of it. I don't know if Delta Force set some charges and destroyed it as they left. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe one day we'll find out some more about why that was done and how it was done. See if there's anything else I wanted to show you about this destruction. This debris field right here, you see this is the building. You can see those are trucks lined up right there. This debris field makes me think of drones. Tons of drone parts everywhere. Could be wrong, but they're white or gray. Tons of little components everywhere. And we hit all those trucks look destroyed. You can see there were maybe some vehicles inside that building right there. Not sure. This is another place that we hit. Not sure what was in it. It looks like a guard post, but not sure exactly what it was used for. But we said, screw you. And I don't know, maybe we took some fire from this. Maybe there was a vehicle here, or there was some sort of anti-aircraft system here. And so we hit it to destroy it. But it looks like you see the debris field spreads this way and then spreads this way. So it makes me think maybe the helicopters hit it, like rocket fire. Don't know. Just speculating. Let's see. I think that's about it for that. Okay. Now it's time to talk about something else about this. We'll learn more about the operation and its contours later. But right now I want to shift to talking to you about... Oh, here's one more thing I wanted to show you. Some of my tabs got out of order. That's my bad. Okay. In my previous video, I highlighted these buildings that were in the harbor. And then later, a secondary explosion set off everything here. That was one secondary explosion, but these are completely destroyed now. And I think there was some military hardware in here that they had received from Iran or Russia that we decided to take out. And I think what you see cooking off are maybe some missiles or components of drones. I'm not sure, but I think, yeah, there's something military in there that we decided to hit on the way out. All right, now I need to set up my tabs for what I want to present to you next, because next we're going to talk about how oil is a factor in all of this. Just a moment. All right, first just a little bit more on this. So this place being destroyed, these warehouses, and then what I showed you here with these images. And maybe there's some more that have come out that I haven't come across yet. But you should know that recently Iran invested $20 billion in loans to Venezuela. And some of the things they sent over to Venezuela were equipment and weapon systems for building drones. And those are gone. The U.S. struck a facility in that port that housed manufacturing or assembly machines for Iranian drones. It had ties to Hezbollah. And Iranian-made drones such as the Ansu 100. They've been destroyed. They also had a training center there for Islamic terrorists. Destroyed. That's what you're seeing in this video here. Are those things being destroyed? That's why when the vice president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, who fled to Russia, just headed this operation, but is pretending she's in charge of Venezuela and is demanding the U.S. return Maduro. When you see her say things like, it's the Jews' fault, governments around the world are shocked that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is a victim and target of such an attack, which without a doubt has Zionist tones. The reason she's saying that is because the relationship between Venezuela and Iran is very close. The relationship between Marxist and Islamo-fascist, Islamo-Nazis, Islamism is very close. There's a Marxist Islam alliance, and you see that play out all across the globe. And yeah, it's a topic we've talked about before. But that's why she says things like this. And while she goes to the UN and she goes to Russia and she tries to keep herself safe, I said in the video initially I was captured about, I mentioned something about people blaming Jews for this operation. It almost seemed a little far-fetched, but I knew what I was getting at, but I didn't know how many people would get it. I did not expect the VP of Venezuela to directly confirm what I was saying and echo the sentiments of people like Tucker Carlson and all these other assets that we have that have infiltrated MAGA. Okay, that's another topic. All right, so Trump said this, and a lot of people seized on it. Let me mute this. Blockade. Whoa, that was way too loud. I am sorry.
Not going to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it.
So what he's talking about is when Venezuela took over the Citgo operations and other oil extraction and refinement and exportation that had been built by American companies. And this, of course, is a comment by Trump that many that are woke and that are code pink idiots, and the it's so difficult. These dumbasses we have inside of MAGA seize on and are trying to make this thing out to be. In a way, it is about oil. It is about oil. One of the places that we're going to see directly affected by this is going to be Cuba, because Cuba is a direct benefactor of the sale of oil from Venezuela.
Has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And
wait, what was that? What was that?
Has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Cuba is ready to fall, and we might see that happen very soon. Just to illustrate just how close the Cuba-Venezuela relationship was, Maduro's guardsmen, his security team around him were Cuban, not Venezuelan. And I would guess that they were Russian trained. I bet a lot of them are dead now. So Cuba, we might see Cuba fall here really, really soon. And that's going to create, I would expect that might create some sort of humanitarian crisis. So be prepared for various people to blame Trump for a human crisis in Cuba that was actually caused by the communist regime there and by Venezuela, by Maduro. But I would kind of expect Cuba, it's going to become a humanitarian situation, but it'll be way better in the long run. It's been so long in coming. The Cuba problem should have been solved so many decades ago. Before I was born, it should have been solved, but it takes courage. So the oil. Here's how oil is a factor, and I was alluding to it earlier. This is a post by Oleg Deripaska, one of Putin's allies in Russia, and someone who's been indicted in the U.S. multiple times over, I believe, and who is a part of the Russiagate conspiracy. Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska warns that if the U.S. secures control over Venezuela's oil fields after already moving into Guyana, it could end up overseeing more than half of the world's reserves. In his view, Washington would then be able to hold oil prices near $50 a barrel, putting serious pressure on Russia's state capitalist economic model. Do you remember in my other video I said about how there's a threshold with the price of barrel of oil, and how it goes too low, then it costs more to extract than it does to sell? And I was talking about it at U.S. oil prices and how we've seen prices falling at the gas pump, and how there's a threshold price that is kind of ideal for it to be at. Well, for Russia, it's the same thing. Russia needs oil prices to stay well above $50 a barrel because they export oil, and that's how they fund their whole economic model. And one of the reasons that Ukraine has been hitting so many Russian oil refineries lately, a lot of oil refineries, Let me show you some of the how many they've hit. Okay, so here's a map, which is actually, it doesn't look like it comes across on the screen very well, but a dozen strikes of oil refineries in Russia that Ukraine had carried out in 2024. But as this year went forward, Ukraine accelerated those hits. And some of these major refineries they hit, they weren't just, hit and then it partially damaged them. These were major strikes that either completely took these refineries offline or permanently, or just incapacitated them for a very significant period of time. It's going to take a very long time for them to be repaired. Here's a map as of July of all the strikes that Ukraine had done on Russian oil. And here is another map showing with a little bit more granularity that over 60% of all of the strikes that Ukraine has carried out against Russian oil ops occurred this in 2025. Let me take that down because there's more right down there. This has taken somewhere around 50 to 60% of Russia's ability to refine oil in their country offline. And this is critically important for the Russian economy and the Russian war effort. They have to be able to refine this oil, to export it, to refine it, to use it to fuel their army, and to fuel, literally, figuratively, and not, their own economy. William Spaniel, who runs the YouTube account Lines on Maps, or does the show Lines on Maps, which is an excellent YouTube channel, put out a video about the oil situation, or at least had a segment about the oil situation. We've been talking a lot about all of these shadow fleet operations in the Caribbean. Well, who does that shadow fleet work for? Russia, Iran, Venezuela. They work for sanctioned countries, shipping their oil around the globe to whoever will buy it. And with Venezuela off the market, Venezuela can't export, and the exchange can't happen. With Russian oil refineries being hit, they can't export. They're not able to refine it and export it. So the shadow fleet can't go there. In Iran, they can go there, but Iran's also in a lot of trouble. But this shadow fleet, you can think of them as oil traffickers. Okay, it's like, what's the word for it? It's like they're basically like drug traffickers in a way, but not the same. But like the business model of it. Okay, black market trading is what's going on. By the way, this is an image of John Kerry with the VP of Venezuela. Make of that what you will. So for a long time, people on the Democrat side have been accusing Trump of being in cahoots with Putin and them being friends, or Trump being some sort of asset of Putin and them secretly working together. And we've gone through this. We've been the victims of a psychological operation. Both people on the left and the right have been victims of a psychological operation, an info war operation here in the US to try and convince us that this man is the bad guy and this man is actually a good guy, or vice versa. And we've all, to some degree, I think, fallen victim to it. And I'll put my hand up and say I have as well, where I've thought, okay, maybe Putin and Trump actually do have a really good relationship and are working together behind the scenes or something. And I felt I was pushed that way by, one, the left's reaction to Trump and their hatred for Trump, and them always trying to associate him with Russia, and also the hysteria from the left about Russia. And we got so sick of it. Us on the right got so sick of hearing about it, right? Or correct, I should say. And so it pushed us into a defensive posture. And Russian operations took advantage of that and disseminated tons of propaganda to try and convince us that actually Russia were good guys and that maybe Trump and Putin do work together. And I'll put my hand up and say that I was susceptible to that influence, very much so. And I honestly regret how much I participated in pushing that stuff. Not knowingly doing it, but just how serious I took that possibility and how I've allowed it to get into my head. But as it went on, especially last year and the year before, in 2024, and I really started changing my mind in 2024. There was just way too many contradictions. There were too many things that didn't make sense, and the world just made way more sense if Putin is the actual horrible, horrible person that I previously believed him to be. And the more I went and looked into it, the more I found that there was a ton of Russian propaganda out there aimed specifically at MAGA to get us to excuse this man and to view him in a positive light and to see Ukraine and Zelensky in an extremely negative light. And unfortunately, a lot of accounts have gotten very big pushing Russian propaganda. And that sucks. And it's something that on the right, we've been, it's almost like that thing where you defend your abuser. It's kind of what the right does right now. But anyway, that's a separate topic. But back to this. So these are what the strikes look like that Ukraine has carried out against Russian oil refinery and gas facilities. And plus the shadow fleets, because there's some strikes out in the Black Sea against those merchant ships, that Ukraine has carried out across this year. And this has severely hurt Russia, severely hurt them. And then when you look at the lines, the actual pipelines of these areas, you can overlap that with these strikes, and you see that they're not just hitting individual facilities, they're hitting core facilities or junctions in Russia's ability to move oil and gas. And that combined with what happened with Nord Stream, which Ukraine was also responsible for, but they won't admit, plus some other strikes of ships that Ukraine hasn't admitted to, but they definitely did, perhaps with the assistance of the US, it becomes clear that Russia is in a very, very bad position because of these hits. And then when you combine that with what the US just did in Venezuela, it makes it very clear that Trump has just given some of the greatest, most significant help to Ukraine's effort to defeat Russia that they've ever been gifted. This is better than shipments of Patriot missiles and HIMARS. This is better than F-16s going to Ukraine. This is so much more significant than direct military assistance to Ukraine, because this helps destroy that shadow fleet, and it helps keep the price of barrel closer to $50 a barrel on the world market. And the longer it stays down there, just like Oleg Deripaska said, the longer it stays down in this neighborhood of $50 a barrel, the worse it is for Russia, because Russia extracting and refining oil and exporting it does have a cost. And if they can't do that and make enough of a profit, their economy collapses. They can't fuel their tanks. They can't, or their motorcycles or ATVs that they're sending into trenches in Ukraine. It's, the media on the left and Euro idiots try and portray Trump as being friendly to Putin, and he's not. He's friendly from a leader of one state to the leader of another state, right? But it basically ends there. And you should make no mistake about it. You should not misunderstand this. The US and Russia are in a gray zone war. We are in an undeclared war against each other. If you want to think of it as the Cold War never ended, fine. I think it just got paused. I think that's fair enough. But we are still very, very, very much adversaries. And Ukraine, if you want to think of Ukraine as a proxy war between the US, NATO, and Russia, that's also fair enough. But that's the reality of it. You can love it, you can hate it, doesn't matter. That's the reality of it. And the reality is also that Trump has done more to help Ukraine defeat Putin, defeat Russia, than Obama or Biden or any other US president. And I predicted back in 2024, I predicted that after Trump was sworn in, we would see a massive, we would see some sort of massive deal for US assistance to Ukraine. And in my mind, I was picturing a whole lot of military hardware as well as money and ammunition. We've seen some of that, but not all. And what has instead happened is, so many people on the right who don't even, and on the left who don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to acknowledge any assistance that Trump has given Ukraine, even though he has given them significant assistance. But Trump has been very smart about it because so much of that assistance has been coming from Space Force and from the CIA. And now from the capture of Maduro. So what Oleg is talking about, and he would know, is absolutely correct. And to that, I say good. And for any of you who still feel inclined to defend Russia, to defend, as I have done in the past, to defend what Russia is doing in Ukraine, as I have done in the past. So I'm not placing myself above anybody. I'm not saying I'm smarter than you or anything like that. I fell for it too, guys. I fell for it too. But understanding is greater than reacting, right? And I think a lot of where we've all come from in our defense of Russia, or maybe our ambiguity on the topic, has been a little bit more reacting to what the left in America accuses us of and accuses Trump of. And I think it's been a lack of understanding of what's actually been happening there. There's also a lot of consumption of propaganda specifically aimed at you. This is something else. I know I'm kind of trekking into this topic again, but we, especially us in MAGA, it's apolitical in some sense, but particularly those of us who have supported Trump all along, we've had very specific psychological and information ops and influence ops aimed at us, tailored to us by very smart and capable people in Iran, in Russia, in China. They have figured us out, and they have known how to run influence ops and information ops to program us to say things that are to their benefit. And it sucks, but it's the truth. It always sucks to be fooled. It feels awful to be fooled. And it is far more difficult to admit when you have been fooled. Oh, it's so difficult. But facts are facts. And there's way too many people in MAGA who refuse to admit they've been fooled, who refuse to entertain that idea. But we've got to confront it. And we've got to confront that some of the biggest influencers and accounts and outlets in MAGA got of one side of their mouth speak that they support the president, but out of the other side of their mouth just spew Russian and Iranian and Qatar and Chinese talking points, CCP talking points. We have to confront that. We have to confront that. And we have to root it out of the movement, out of the Republican Party. And it starts on the individual level, you know? It sucks. But sometimes when the shoe fits, right? All right. So back to the topic at hand. So I really liked Adam Housley's commentary on this. Everything about this operation in Venezuela sends a signal to China and Russia and Iran. It's about oil too, but all the political critics are they're missing. All the political critics are missing is it's not about oil for us. It's about keeping the oil from them and also properly compensating the Venezuelan people. It's going to take a while, but eventually people are going to realize that what Trump just did not only hurt our adversaries, it helped people in our own hemisphere. When you see American companies welcomed back into Venezuela to re-engage and to take back over those facilities, and there's tons of American companies investing in Venezuela, the usual suspects are going to say, see, I told you it was a war for oil. The U.S. is taking over the oil in Venezuela. No. Give it some time, and there's going to be a whole bunch of Venezuelans who are suddenly middle class, who are suddenly have excellent jobs in that industry, and it will be a new country, and it will be such a positive, it'll have such a positive impact on South America and on trade in the Caribbean. And at the same time, be a denial of operation, a denial of influence to China, Russia, and Iran. I like J. Michael Waller's comments on it. By acting in Venezuela and aiding the Iranian opposition, Trump might have prevented an imminent invasion of Taiwan. What? Yeah. Check it out. Beijing needs oil that is not subject to U.S. pressure. China's an importer, guys. They're not an exporter of oil. They're an importer, a massive importer. That means Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. That's where China gets their oil, and also from the other places in the Middle East, but we've been working against that lately. China has been buying 60 to 90% of Venezuelan and 80 to 90% of Iranian crude. 30 to 35% of China's importation of oil is from those countries. And we just eliminated a huge chunk of that. Watch us do it again in Iran. Guys, if we take out 35%, if we deny, I shouldn't say take out. If we deny China's ability to import 1/3 of their oil, they cannot invade Taiwan. They can't invade anybody. Right now, about 35% of oil into China comes from Arab suppliers that are subject to U.S. guidance or pressure. With new governments in Venezuela and Iran, if the opposition in Iran succeeds, and God willing they will, the U.S. will be able to regulate up to 70% of the CCP's present-day oil needs. There won't be a need for the U.S. and China to go to war over Taiwan. We can jack up the price or lower the price of oil or deny the sale of it to them, period. CCP war planners cannot execute against Taiwan under those conditions. This takes pressure off the U.S. and the Indo-Pacific for a while, to the net benefit of American NATO commitments in Europe. Think about some of the ramifications of Trump's Venezuela action. Possible disruption of Chinese plans to invade Taiwan and control its cutting-edge AI chip manufacturing. Huge defeat for China's strategy to dominate Latin America. We are telling China the message. Again, what was Trump's message? American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Who was questioning it? Russia, Iran, and especially China. Who was in Caracas when we conducted this operation? a Chinese delegation. The loss of face for Xi Jinping, who cannot afford to look weak in the middle of his latest military purge, denying Venezuela's heavily discounted oil to China, giving China more leverage to demand steeper discounts from Russia and make the Ukraine war more costly. Russia is now in the position where China is going to be going to Russia for more oil. So Russia needs that oil for their own economy. So they want to sell it, but they also need it for the war. The enhancement of America's ability to meet its treaty commitments abroad. The intelligence bonanza to come out of Venezuela about the corruption of political systems worldwide and here at home. Now, there's a topic I haven't ventured into yet. What does this man know about operations here in the U.S. to destabilize our country, to corrupt our country, to corrupt our politicians, to interfere in our elections? What does this man know about that? What other intel did the U.S. gather while they were there? We know Delta Force captured Maduro and his wife. Did they happen to take anything else with them? Don't know. It's an interesting possibility, isn't it? All right. So the strategic important, I made a post about black pillars that I included in my first coverage of this. And I kind of ranted a bit, right? I did. I ranted a bit because I hate black pillars. But one of the things I said in that is what Trump just pulled off in Venezuela. Everything from the boat strikes, the blockade, the capturing Maduro and his wife. At the time, I thought it was out of the palace. I was wrong. This is orders of magnitude more important and more consequential for America, this hemisphere, and the world than locking up whichever crooked U.S. politician you're obsessed with hating. I absolutely mean that. It's orders of magnitude more important and more consequential for this country and this hemisphere and the free world than just about any other single law enforcement action you can think of, or that has happened before it. This is all time. All time. God bless this man. And the man beside him, Rubio, who I very much hope I get to vote for. I hope we all get to vote for Rubio for president in 2028. I'm all aboard. I'm all aboard on Rubio 2028. 100%. He's the guy. He's the guy, right? All right. Now, I think I'm ready to dive into the Maduro indictment. I don't know if you can hear my dog whining. He's what? Oh, you got your bone. I got a bone too. It's the Maduro case. Yeah. All right. All right. Thanks, folks. It's time for the indictment reading. Yeah. All right. I'm going to play with these dogs, and then I'm going to come sit back down behind this mic and dive into the indictment. See you in a minute. All right, folks, I am back. It's been a little while. Ended up playing with the dogs and putting out a video. And I didn't have time to come back to the Maduro case. But then later in the evening, I did have time. And I composed some information on the background to the Maduro case. And so we're going to go through that first. And then we're going to do a reading of the indictment. So that's, of course, going to make this a very long podcast episode. But I mean, you didn't turn this podcast on because you expected it to be short, right? You expected it to be lengthy and informative. And hopefully, I have already delivered on that. And I'm pretty sure I'm about to deliver on that again in this next segment. So thank you for listening. And let's get to this thread that I wrote and then the case. Hey, folks. So as you probably know, Maduro is now on U.S. soil. He has been shipped and flown on a number of different aircraft and is finally in New York City, where he is being held in the MDC, the very famous detention lockup in New York City, where people like Sean Diddy Combs, Samuel Bankman-Fried, a number of others are held, where Epstein was held, and also Maxwell. So Maduro's there with his wife in lockup, and he's been arraigned. And before he arrived there, the indictment against him was unsealed. And what I'd like to do in this episode, or in this video, is give you the background on this case against Maduro. It's not new. It's an old case. It's decades old. Well, the original case is over a decade old. The original indictment that included Maduro is about 6 years old. But there's been a new one that was updated, a superseding indictment. It's actually the fourth one in that case. And I think it'd be useful, before we dig into the indictment itself, to give you background on the case and kind of catch you up on all of the different efforts that have been going on over the years to dismantle the narco-terrorism network that's been run out of Venezuela by Chavez, by Maduro, and by a number of others. So that's what we're going to do today in this video. If this is your first time here, welcome. I am Just Human, also known as Kyle, and I do videos about cases such as United States v. Maduro and a number of other ones, United States v. Trump, United States v. Hunter Biden, all sorts of other cases that have some sort of element of politics to them, espionage, national security, public corruption, things like that. And the Maduro case is one that hasn't been on my list of cases to cover, but now certainly is, given its importance and its the massive impact that capturing Maduro is going to have both on this hemisphere and the world. If you want to learn more about that, I did a video recently. I'll post it. I'll put a link somewhere right now for you to click on that. It's about the strategic importance of what the U.S. just did in Venezuela. If you go to my description, if you go to the description of this video or to my profile, you can find my link tree, and there you'll find all the places to follow, watch, listen, and support what I do here on this channel through my various affiliate links, or just straight up buying me a cup of coffee. If you really like what I do, I would like to tell you that I also have a Substack, justhuman.substack.com, where I put out long form articles as well as a newsletter covering these cases. And I put out the same videos as this, only as a podcast, a long form podcast that compiles videos on the subject. So if you like listening or watching a long form video and just really diving into a particular case or subject matter, this might be for you. Justhuman.substack.com. Everything on there is free, but a paid subscription there is the best way to support what I do. It's basically a few dollars over to my coffee fund and a few dollars over to my Pacer fund. I make these videos on YouTube and on Rumble, and there are playlists to go along with them. So if you're interested in finding more about any subject that I cover, you can find a playlist for it and have at it. All right, enough self-promotion. Let's get to the case. Or at least the background of it. Okay, so the case against Maduro, the one that has brought us this new indictment against him, is called Carvajal Barrios, United States versus Carvajal Barrios. And forgive any of my Spanish pronunciation in this. My wife is a Spanish speaker, but I am not. But I will do my best, even if it makes me sound a bit goofy at times. So this case, United States v. Carvajal Barrios, is a narco-terrorism conspiracy case from back in 2011. Now, Maduro he's been a wanted man for a long time in the US. I believe since before he even inherited the presidency there. I'm pretty sure before he was president there, he was already a wanted man by the US government, but that was enhanced to $50 million earlier this year. And I'll have some comments on that increase a little bit later on. The case, again, it's titled US v. Carvajal Barrios, is not a new one. First brought in March of 2011. At that time, it was brought against a man named Hugo Armando Carvajal Barrios. He was the single defendant in it. His AKA is El Pollo, which, as you might know, means the chicken. Yes, this man is named the Chicken. And there was a reward for him of up to $10 million. The Chicken, as I'm going to keep calling, as I like calling him that. So El Pollo, or the Chicken, he's a former Venezuelan military and intelligence officer. He served under Chavez and became a key leader in the Cartel de los Soles. Now, the Cartel of the Sun. Now, I'm going to make a comment I've made before. I already did a video a while back whenever the Treasury Department and State Department designated Cartel de los Soles as a foreign terrorist organization. The media on the left loves to single this out and kind of make fun of or try and invalidate what Trump and his team are doing by saying that Cartel de los Soles does not exist, that they're not real. And in a sense, they're correct, but only in the sense that the mafia isn't real. If I go to you and I try to tell you that the mafia isn't real, you're going to laugh at me, right? You're going to be like, dude, bro, the mafia is absolutely real. And they're called La Cosa Nostra, and there's a ton of other ones, and there's been dozens and dozens and dozens of cases against them. And you might be able to give me some history on the mafia. You might be able to name some historic or famous mafiosos and dons and hitmen and things like that, right? Of course the mafia is real. But there's no mafia headquarters. There's no registration with like a bar number or Brad and Dunn number or whatever it is for the mafia. The mafia is the label we give to criminal organizations that fit that type, that fit the description, right? It's a family-run criminal organization, mafia. So nobody would ever say that. If right now DOJ brought a case and indicted, which as they've done so many times before, and they indicted some La Cosa Nostra types or whatever, a Russian mafia or whatever, and the Trump gave a press conference, or Rubio did, or Bondi, and they said, today we indicted or arrested or sanctioned these mafiosos. They're part of the Italian mafia. They're part of the Russian mafia. The media wouldn't write headlines about how the mafia doesn't exist. And talking heads on TV wouldn't start talking about how the mafia isn't a real thing. And yet, we get it with this term. And the only reason we get that is because it's an intentional play at trying to invalidate what is going on here. And so whenever you come across someone doing that, I want you to imagine them saying exactly what they're saying, that isn't a real Cartel de los Soles is not a real organization. It doesn't actually exist. It's a figure of speech. Imagine them saying that about the term mafia. Because if they did that, you would not take them seriously, would you? You would immediately understand that either this person is an idiot or this person is trying to fool me. Same thing here. The Cartel de los Soles is a real thing. It's the Cartel of the Suns. It's a cartel. It's organized crime. That's what it is. Cartels are organized crime. That's what a cartel is. It's an organized criminal syndicate. And the way that this organized criminal syndicate was identified was because of the sun patches that the military members who were corrupt, that they had on their shoulders. So they started being called the Cartel of the Suns. Just like with La Cosa Nostra, and other famous Italian mobsters and mafia orgs, they were criminal organizations that were family run. So they started being called the mafia or la mafia, right? That's where it comes from. It's derived from that. It's a description. Anyway, I'll stop on that. Let's get back to this. So anyway, the chicken, El Pollo, he was a Chavista and he turned against Maduro in 2019 and fled the country. So the US, they put out a $10 million bounty on him. And the same year that happened, someone who's familiar to longtime listeners and viewers of mine, the same year that happened in 2019, the US announced charges against 2 Colombians who worked closely with Maduro's regime. Remember that Venezuela and Colombia are both have this interchange of these of the FARC or FARC and various cartel regimes who are all benefiting from the human trafficking, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, all of those things. They all have relationships with Hezbollah and Iran and with Russia, and China's trying to get relations with them. That's another reason why we went in. So they're both, just like Mexico and so many other Central American countries have been, they've been corrupted because of how lucrative the drug and human trades are. And they've been exploited by other criminal syndicates from across the globe. So the U.S. announced charges back in 2019 against 2 Colombians who were part of the Maduro regime, or at least were associates of it. One of them in particular, Alex Saab Moran, was directly Maduro's liaison from his regime to Hezbollah and Iran. And millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and tons of drugs and food and arms were trafficked by Saab in coordination with Hezbollah, Iran, and Maduro. The other guy was Alvaro Pulido Vargas, who I do not believe has ever been caught. There's a 10 million bounty out for him. I don't believe he has ever been apprehended. So the U.S. put out an indictment against both of them and put out wanted posters. And later, not too long later, I think it was about a year later, maybe 6 months later, I forget, Saab was captured in the island of Cabo Verde, which is a small island off the coast of West Africa. His private jet stopped to refuel there, and he was on his way to Tehran at the time. And the U.S. did some maneuvers, and they ended up bringing in the military and parking a military I think it was a cruiser, off the coast of Cabo Verde, and eventually got him extradited. I have an article on Substack about that whole thing. It's one of my first articles that I wrote on Substack. It's more of a research paper than it's an article, but it's also a research paper. And it shows how Saab ties into some very interesting things, including various UN scams and also some election meddling. This is a picture of Saab in Broward County Jail, I believe it is. He got extradited to Southern Florida. Now, Saab was later exchanged with Venezuela. He went back to Venezuela. And I wonder if he became one of our intel assets. I do wonder if Saab, whom Biden sent back to Venezuela in a prisoner exchange for 10 Americans and the fugitive Leonard Francis, aka Fat Leonard, I wonder if Saab helped the U.S. gather intel on Maduro's operations, because we know for a fact that Saab had worked as a DEA source a time or two before. If you don't know who Fat Leonard is, look him up. He's a very famous former U.S. military person who and fraudster who squandered and just is a traitor to our country. And he was a fugitive living in Venezuela. The 10 Americans were 10 American businessmen who were held hostage in Venezuela. So, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. We got 11 people back, and one of them is a fugitive. The other 10 are political hostages. So, good move by Biden. Anyway, so back to the chicken, El Pollo. The chicken in the case against him was later upgraded, okay? January 2020, pursuant to EO 13884, one of Trump's EOs from his first term, the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Asset Control identified 15 aircraft that were used by Maduro and his network to transport narcotics and to transport sanctioned individuals across the globe, particularly back and forth from Colombia, Venezuela, over to Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, and they were transporting tons and tons of cocaine on them and money. March of 2020, the Trump DOJ added Maduro to this case that had originally indicted El Pollo, Carvajal Barrios. Okay, and during that news conference, they gave us not just indictments against Maduro, but indictments against a dozen others, all of them involved in narco-terrorism. So the indictment that came out, it was a superseding indictment. In this case, United States v. Carvajal Barrios. It was an indictment against Maduro and 14 other current and former Venezuelan officials. And here is a nice graphic that they gave us, showing us all the people that they had indicted. At the time, the reward for Maduro was $15 million. The reward for these four others, Cliver Alcala, Diosdado Cabello, Hugo Carvajal, El Chicken, or The Chicken, Tarek El Asami, I think, Isami, their reward was $10 million. But there were a number of these other people who were indicted, okay? The other graphic that came out was this graphic detailing the air bridge. And it was, I mean, it's a very simple graphic to understand, but, you know, some people they really need the assistance of these things, and other people just aren't very good at geography. So, and they don't know much about the drug trade. So here's how the logistics of the drug trade work. You have ships going in and out of the Gulf of Venezuela, transporting narcotics, drugs, humans, cash, weapons, and oil using the shadow fleet, right? And the shadow fleet, I was talking about this in the other video. You can think of the shadow fleet as just drug dealers. They're just black market it's black market shipping. Wherever you see the term shadow fleet, Russia's shadow fleet, Iranian shadow fleet, Chinese shadow fleet, whatever, all that means is that these are ships and operators who conduct their business on the black market. That's all it is. So they're just street dealers, only with giant cargo vessels, and they go around the oceans, going to ports and trading on the black market. Okay. So some is carried by ship, but another one of the other ways that Venezuela was shipping literally tons, 2,000 pounds is what's in a ton. Tons and tons and tons, hundreds of pounds. In fact, this says 250 metric tons annually at that time. 250,000 tons were trafficked by air bridge, meaning flights back and forth from Venezuela to Nicaragua, to Honduras, to Mexico. And those are the aircraft that were identified by the Treasury departments are the aircraft that are being used. Put a pin in both of these graphics because we'll be referencing them later. The cases announced that day, March of 2020, originated out of several U.S. districts: D.C., SDNY, EDNY, Southern District of Florida, Southern District of Texas, and Arizona. So these individuals that were indicted, it wasn't just all out of the SDNY or DC. It was all of these different districts. So some of them have their own cases, or there's just one or two individuals in that case. So what happened was the DOJ, what Barr did is they had a set, like a chess set of indictments that they put forward. All of these game pieces they put forward, these different indictments. It was, some might say, a big friggin' deal. A big friggin' deal. But I would not be surprised if you don't remember anything about it, because it happened in March of 2020 as the country was shutting down because of COVID, right? A little over a year later, the chicken was found hiding in Europe. Remember, he turned on the Maduro regime and became a fugitive and left. I'm not sure if anybody got the $10 million reward for him. I didn't find any information that they did, but maybe someone did. I don't know. Or maybe it was Interpol or somebody that got him, in which case there wouldn't be an award paid. But September 2021, the chicken was arrested in Spain. July of 2023, he was extradited to the U.S. June of 2025, he pled guilty. And he's currently awaiting sentencing now. Pled guilty. He's looking for a deal, right? Put a pin in that. Another related case that occurred during this time frame and a little bit earlier is the case of United States v. Campo and Flores. Antonio Campo Flores and Francisco Flores de Freitas are nephews of Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. The DEA captured them in Haiti in 2015. Here they are. This became known as the Narco-Sobrinos affair. And it's a bit of a political scandal. But of course, it was during the Obama administration, so there was a ton of appeasement going on. So making it a scandal is something they would have listened to, right? Anyway, I'm not saying they actually did, but I'll save some commentary on that. So the nephews were later convicted in 2016, and they were then sentenced. I misspelled this. And afterwards were sentenced to 18 years in prison. I meant to write later. That's it. Later sentenced to 18 years in prison. But in October 2022, the Biden admin swapped them back to Venezuela in exchange for 5 Americans held hostage there and who had been used as political pawns for years. They would put them on house arrest and they would throw them back into jail. They would threaten all sorts of things with these people. They were called the Citgo Six. One of them had previously been exchanged, so they'd become the Citgo Five. But Citgo Six is maybe a term you've heard thrown around before. It was these men. And so in October 22, the Biden admin got them back in exchange for Celia Flores' nephews, which, hey, I think that was a good trade. Get those. These guys have been hostages there for years and years. They became hostages when now I forget if it was Chavez or Maduro, seized Citgo's oil refineries and production facilities in Venezuela. You know, he nationalized them. And these were American citizens who were CEOs or businessmen working there, and they became hostages. So, hey, back to 2020, you remember this graphic, the air bridge? Well, in September of 2024, the U.S., pursuant to EO 13884, starts grabbing aircraft used by Maduro's regime to transport narcotics and sanctioned members of FARC, Cartel de los Soles, and similar groups, as well as, tons of cocaine. First this one, and then another one were seized. And then in August of 2025, about 6 months ago, Maduro's bounty is doubled to $15 million. I left out when it went from 15 to 25 million. I forget when it was. But I'm pretty sure that $50 million reward that I showed you earlier at the beginning of the thread, I'm pretty sure this is the highest ever reward offered by DOJ's and the State Department's Rewards for Justice program. I'm pretty sure this is the highest reward they've ever offered. For comparison, the reward for Osama bin Laden was 25 million. And that should just kind of put in perspective just how badly the U.S. wanted Maduro and how bad of a guy he was. What tier of evil Maduro sits on. It's quite shocking to see people make arguments in favor of Maduro or to somehow paint him as anything other than one of the worst people to ever walk the earth. It's, I mean, I just don't know what to say about it. So that was announced in August. And then the case against Maduro, titled U.S. v. Carvajal Barrios, remember, was brought in March 2011. Let me get back down here. Let my thread jump around. Threw me off. There we go. Okay. So that happened, and then Maduro was captured. The U.S. got tired of waiting, and I covered why the operation needed to happen at the time it did in these two videos that I recently did. I put on YouTube and Rumble. If you only watch one of them, I would highly recommend watching this video titled "The Strategic Importance of Operation Absolute Resolve," where I explain why it was necessary for us to go in and do this, and just the knock-on effects that it's going to have. I think it's one of the best videos I've ever done, to be honest. And it was, the timing of it was very important. You know, we've had this buildup of the blockade and a number of other things, but there were things going on recently that made it where now it was kind of not a now or never, but now or it's going to be way, way, way more difficult in the future. And that included because Russia and Iran were shipping various arms over to Venezuela, air defense systems and drones. And Iran was setting up a drone manufacturing facility in Venezuela. At the same time, China was courting Venezuela to give them a bunch of money, and then that was going to mean there was going to be a Chinese presence there, which we could not tolerate in this hemisphere. And then also in Ukraine has been doing a superb job of hitting Russian oil refineries and ports recently, and also hitting their shadow fleet. And then we have the protests going on in Iran against the Iranian regime, which are getting more and more serious. And the best thing the United States could do to help Ukraine and harm Russia, help the protest in Iran and harm the Iranian regime, and to thwart Chinese appeasement and courtship in South America was to take out Maduro, and we needed to do it now. And so we did. If you want to learn more about that, watch this video. All right. And now it comes to the time to present the actual indictment. This case. So, like I said, Maduro was added to this case in March of 2020. And when that happened, it was a superseding indictment number 3, I believe. Now what's happened is a new indictment has come out, and it's a superseding indictment number 4. And the reason this has come about is because the U.S. managed to get some more info on Maduro's network. And that's what I'm going to cover in my next video. This is just a short introduction one. Next video, we're going to read the indictment. Thanks for watching. Real quick, I wanted to add a little bit more here to try and wrap up this case background. So as you can see from this thread, and there's so much more I could have put in here, the U.S. has been taking a posture and making an effort to combat the narco-terrorism network that has been operating out of Venezuela. And we've been getting more and more and more aggressive, and it's culminated in this capture of Maduro. So this didn't happen out of the blue. It didn't happen just because, Trump decided he's going to be an imperialist in this hemisphere, or the Monroe Doctrine is suddenly in vogue, or anything like that. This has been a long time coming. It was clearly an objective of the first Trump admin, and the first Trump admin took serious steps to start dismantling Maduro's network. And in the interim, between then and now, the Biden admin did some things, particularly with the aircraft, and they kept enforcement of Trump's EO, but they didn't go after Maduro. They tried to do some deals with him, and they got some hostages back, which was very good. I think that's excellent. They did capture Alex Saab, and they conducted a case against him that ultimately resulted in him being exchanged. So I think they did. It's fine, but it wasn't enough, and it left Maduro's regime in a situation where they didn't feel challenged by the Biden regime, as obvious from how much trafficking of humans and narcotics occurred across our border over the past 4 years, which Trump shut down once his second term started. So I just want to show in this background, I want to really make the point to you that this has been a long time coming, and that this is also a necessary strategic effort to dismantle what is a nexus of black market activity, of espionage, of all sorts of criminality that is harmful to U.S. citizens, harmful to our national security, and also harmful to our allies. The regime in Venezuela is a component of how these other regimes operate on the globe: Russia, Iran, China, but particularly Russia and Iran and Hezbollah and these other Islamic fascist groups. They directly benefit from the Maduro regime, from the human trafficking and from the drug trafficking. They directly benefit from it. They are partners in criminality, in global criminality, and in operations against the West. So it was strategically necessary for this to occur, and it's been a long time. It's been a long time coming, and I don't think anybody is going to sit here and try and compare this to, arresting Osama bin Laden, because that just feels so much more personal because of the events of 9/11. But we're talking about someone who's on that same tier, if not worse, because indirectly, but mostly indirectly, he has contributed to the deaths of millions of Americans and to the degradation of our society through his funding and facilitating of all of these various cartels and drug trafficking and human trafficking networks, and to the funding of Islamic terrorism across the globe. And now taking him out has the knock-on effects of it. It's going to take us years to actually measure the knock-on effects of what's happened. So it's like, the more I think about how important this and significant this is, this capture, and how significant this case could be, it's kind of, well, it's truly awesome. To put it in a word, it's truly awesome. And all right, now I'm going to make a video of going through the actual indictment. Just wanted to add that bit on. All right, thanks for watching. All right, time to look at this indictment in United States v. Carvajal Barrios. As I said in the previous segment, or in this in a previous video, depending on whether you're watching the podcast or you're consuming my individual videos on this topic of Maduro. This case was originally brought in 2011 against a single individual. Then in March 2020, superseding indictment brought in several others. And then now it's been updating. This is superseding indictment number 4, S4, right here, dropped or unsealed on January 3rd, 2026, in conjunction with the capture of Maduro. I don't know why I just made the whole indictment do a 360. It's for fun. Okay, let me make sure the copy. All right. I want to be able to highlight this. And the one filed here, I can't do that with. So let me get the version that was put out by Bondi. There it is. Okay, so this indictment, just to go ahead and get straight to it, this indictment charges Maduro and 4 others, I believe. One, it's Rondon, Chansin, Celia, Guerrera, and Flores. I don't know why I said 4 others. It's more than 4. It's 1, 2. I miscounted as why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Maduro and 5 others. My mistake. Charges them with 1, narco-terrorism conspiracy, 2, cocaine importation conspiracy, 3, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and 4, conspiracy to possess the above. Now, there are other charges that potentially could have been brought against Maduro. A number of other things. He could have been indicted militarily and given a military trial and put in Guantanamo for the type of stuff he's done. But you don't always go after someone for everything you think they've done and maybe think you can get a guilty verdict on. You go after them for what you strongly believe you can prove in court. Right? So that's what's happening here. And who knows? Maybe there will be more charges. It's possible. It's possible. Do you think, I'm just going to throw this out here. I should have thrown this out in another video, but I'll do it here. Do you guys think that when Delta Force went in to nab Maduro and his wife, do you think the only things that they took with them were Maduro and his wife? Or do you think perhaps some phones, some laptops, some other hardware might have been collected? Some other documents might have been collected? Maybe we'll find out. Okay, so this indictment's out of the Southern District of New York. There is a chance this could be moved to Florida because there are also indictments out of Florida against the Maduro regime. So it is possible another case could be brought against Maduro out of there. We'll see. All right, introduction. For over 25 years, leaders of Venezuela have abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the United States. Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, is at the forefront of that corruption and was partnered with his co-conspirators to use his illegally obtained authority and the institutions he corroded to transport thousands of tons of cocaine to the United States. Since his early days in Venezuelan government, Maduro Moros has tarnished every public office he has held. As a member of Venezuela's National Assembly, Maduro Moros moved loads of cocaine under the protection of Venezuelan law enforcement. As Venezuela's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maduro Moros provided Venezuelan diplomatic passports to drug traffickers and facilitated diplomatic cover for planes used by money launderers to repatriate drug proceeds from Mexico to Venezuela. As Venezuela's president and now de facto ruler, Maduro Moros allows cocaine-fueled corruption to flourish for his own benefit, for the benefit of members of his ruling regime, and for the benefit of his family members. Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, now sits atop a corrupt, illegitimate government that for decades has leveraged government power to protect and promote illegal activity, including drug trafficking. That drug trafficking has enriched and entrenched Venezuela's political and military elite, including Minister of the Interior, Justice and Peace, Diosdado Cabello Rondon. The defendant and former Minister of Interior and Justice, Ramon Rodriguez Chacin, or Chacin maybe, the defendant, that's another defendant here, that massive scale drug trafficking has also concentrated power and wealth in the hands of Maduro Moros' family, including his wife, the purported First Lady of Venezuela, Celia Adela Flores de Maduro. The defendant and Maduro, Moros' son, member of Venezuela's National Assembly, Nicolas Ernesto Maduro Guerrera, a.k.a. Nicolisto, a.k.a. the Prince, is also a defendant in this case. This cycle of narcotics-based corruption lines the pockets of Venezuelan officials and their families while also benefiting violent narco-terrorists who operate with impunity on Venezuelan soil and who help produce, protect, and transport tons of cocaine to the United States. At various times since in or about 1999, Venezuelan officials, including Nicolas Maduro Moros, Diosdado Cabello Rondon, Ramon Rodriguez Chacin, the defendants have partnered with narco-terrorists from Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarios de Colombia, or FARC, F-A-R-C. By the way, I'm not a Spanish speaker. I'm just doing the best I can, so feel free to have a giggle at me as I try to pronounce all these things. Ejército de Liberación Nacional, ELN, the Sinaloa Cartel, the Zetas, and Tren de Aragua, TDA, including TDA's leader Hector Rustenford Guerrero Flores, aka Nino Guerrero, Nino Guerrero, the defendant. In sum, Maduro Moros and his co-conspirators have for decades partnered with some of the most violent and prolific drug traffickers and narco-terrorists in the world, and relied on corrupt officials throughout the region to distribute tons of cocaine to the United States. The defendants, Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, a Venezuelan citizen, was previously the president of Venezuela and is now, having remained in power despite losses in recent elections, the de facto but illegitimate ruler of the country. Maduro Moros also previously held a seat in Venezuela's National Assembly between in or about 2000 and in or about 2006, acted as the Venezuelan Minister of Foreign Affairs between in or about 2006 and in or about 2013, and acted as Vice President of Venezuela in or about 2013. Maduro Moros succeeded in the Venezuelan presidency after former President Hugo Chavez died in or about 2013, and during Maduro's own presidency, continued to participate in cocaine trafficking with drug dealers and narco-terrorist groups. In or about 2018, Maduro Moros declared victory in a disputed and internationally condemned presidential election in Venezuela. In or about 2019, Venezuela's National Assembly invoked the Venezuelan Constitution and declared that Maduro Moros had usurped power and was not the legitimate president of Venezuela. Nonetheless, Maduro Moros continued to exercise the powers of the Venezuelan presidency, causing more than 50 countries, including the United States, to refuse to recognize Maduro Moros as Venezuela's head of state. In or about 2024, Venezuela held another presidential election that was again widely criticized by the international community, in which Maduro Moros declared himself the winner despite widespread condemnation. Diosdado Cabello Rondon, the defendant, a Venezuelan citizen, is the Minister of Interior, Justice, and Peace, a member of the Venezuelan Armed Forces, and the Vice President of the ruling United Socialist Party of Venezuela. Cabello Rondon is widely recognized as one of the most powerful officials in Venezuela. Cabello Rondon previously acted as Chief of Staff to Chavez in or about 2001, Vice President of Venezuela in or about 2002, Governor of Venezuela's Miranda state between in or about 2004, and in or about 2008, and President of Venezuela's National Assembly between in or about 2012 and in or about 2016. Between 2017 and 2020, Cabello Rondon acted as a member and then president of Venezuela's National Constituent Assembly, following the illegitimate creation of the National Constituent Assembly, which siphoned the constitutional powers of Venezuela's National Assembly and further entrenched Maduro's regime. Following the dissolution of the National Constituent Assembly in or about 2020, Cabello Rondon became a member of Venezuela's National Assembly in 2021 through 2024. Hold on, I want to grab from my thread the that graphic, or maybe I can get it here. I believe it's listed here with this. See if I can show you guys a picture of what these people look like. Yes, there they are. Okay, so here is. So you already know what Maduro looks like. Of course, this poster is from when he was worth 15 million, now 50 million. Right, so here is our photos of Diosdado Cabello Rondon. So that's who we were just reading about. So let me see, I'll grab images of these people as we read about them. So you can kind of like you You can kind of like put a face with them, right? Okay. Ramon Rodriguez Chacin. Ramon Rodriguez Chacin. He is in this chart. Is he? No, he is not. Let me see if I can look up what he looks like. There he is. He is. I do not believe he is in custody. But that's him. Okay. Chacin is a Venezuelan politician and former member of the armed services who served as the Minister of Interior and Justice between 2002 and 2008. Between in or about 2012 and 2017, Rodriguez Chacin was the governor of Venezuela's Guarico state. Celia Adelia Flores Maduro, that is his wife, who, by the way, had some bandages on her face when she appeared in court. This is her. Yeah. I want to see I think I have a picture of her from when she was going to court. Nope, it's not that image. Let me see. That's him when he landed in New York. Does this one have a picture of his wife? Yeah, I think she might be in this one. By the way, just there's a lot of images going around of Maduro in various outfits and going to and from aircraft and out of vehicles and into buildings and whatnot. And I just want to caution you that not all of it is real. There have been a lot of AI images that have been going around, and with anything that's like high publicity and going viral, you're gonna see that stuff. You're gonna see viral images, right, and fake images. So that's just the world we live in today. So, but just be kind of careful about it. I was thinking I had one that had a better picture of his wife. What she looks like now. Is it in this? I think she's right there. Don't. Let's see it. Anyway, that's her. I believe that was her in that first video. She was in that that I showed you. She was in that green hoodie. Not this. She's the first one to get out of the vehicle. Right there. I believe that's her right there in the jeans and in that green hoodie. Yeah, I believe that's her right there. I'm not 100% positive. By the way, okay, so on the wardrobe changes, there's been lots of wardrobe changes between the vehicles and vessels that they were in, and there are some fake AI images out there, but there's reasons why they would change their clothing. this may be one of the most high-profile arrests ever made, and it may be one of the defendants who is most at risk of being assassinated. There's lots of reasons why, as they transport this guy in armored vehicles and surrounded by DEA and U.S. Marshals and whatnot, they have very good reason to protect Maduro and his wife and make sure they're not killed, because somebody could get paid a lot of money to take them out. So one reason to change their outfit is to make it more difficult for people who would be interested in doing harm to Maduro to be able to track him from vehicle to aircraft to vehicle to building. So it just makes a lot of sense to do wardrobe changes like that, and also to signify to the people who are transporting him who has custody of him, like who's in charge of his custody and who's in charge of security or whatever. So not going to get too deep into that. I'm not an expert on it, but I'm just telling you that there's reasons why there are wardrobe changes, but to also watch out for the fake images that are out there. All right. So his wife, the defendant, is the de facto first lady of Venezuela, having married Maduro in or about 2013. Flores de Maduro, so she's Celia Flores, has had a long-standing political career. She had acted as the president of the National Assembly, starting when Maduro Moros left that role to become Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2006 and later in 2011, as the Attorney General of Venezuela between 2012 and 2013, and as a member of the National Constituent Assembly starting in or about 2017. Nicolas Ernesto Maduro Guerra, or Nicolisto, is his son, and I don't remember if that is in that chart. No. Let's look up an image of him. Okay. There's Maduro's son. Nicolasito, the prince, is the son of Nicolas Maduro and a corrupt Venezuelan politician. Maduro Guerra entered politics after his father. Maduro Moros became the president of Venezuela about 2013. At that time, Maduro Moros appointed Maduro Guerra the head of the Corps of Special Inspectors of the Presidency, a position which was created for Maduro Guerra. In about 2017, Maduro Guerra entered Venezuela's National Constituent Assembly, and in about 2021, he entered Venezuela's National Assembly, where he continues to hold office. He is not in U.S. custody. Hector Rushton Ford Guerrero Flores, or Nino Guerrero, the defendant, has for over a decade served as either the leader of Tren de Aragua or co-leader of Tren de Aragua. Let's look this guy up. Is he in that chart? No, not as many people in this chart as I would. All these look to be defendants in the other cases that were announced, or most of them are defendants in other cases that were announced that day, back in March 2020. So let's look up this guy's picture. I wish he was in U.S. custody. Is he in U.S. custody? He's the same age as me. He was arrested in 2010. Escaped in 2012, recaptured in 2013. In the Tocoron prison. He escaped from there in 2023. Between 400 and 500 inmates escaped with him. And he's in a prison in Venezuela, and the Venezuelan government confirmed his escape days later. The United States has taken significant measures against him. On December 18th, 2025, federal grand jury grand jury indictment was unsealed in the Southern District of New York, charging him under RICO. Okay, I remember that. Then on January 5th, 2026, he was named as co-defendant in this case that we're reading about. As of January 2026, Hector Rustin-Ford Guerrero Flores remains at large, with his current whereabouts unknown. U.S. international authorities continue efforts to locate and apprehend him. Dude, oh man, what if among the things we seized, the evidence we seized from Maduro is information on this guy's whereabouts? I bet after that raid, he and so many others are on the move, trying to wonder what the U.S. could use from Maduro's property to find them. Find him. Oh man. Okay, so that might be another kick-ass special forces operation we see in the future, is one to get this guy. All right. First charge, the narco-terrorist organization's working partnership with defendants. The FARC, since its founding in 1964, has become one of the largest producers of cocaine in the world. The FARC has generated significant, I've always heard them called FARC, but it sounds weird to say FARC. Anyway, the FARC has generated significant revenue through its cocaine trafficking, which is used to fund its operations, including, for example, large-scale weapons purchases and terrorist attacks. The FARC has also directed violence against the United States persons and property in foreign jurisdictions, including but not limited to Colombia. For example, from at least in or about 2003 to in or about 2008, FARC leadership ordered FARC members to kidnap and murder United States citizens and to attack United States interests in order to dissuade the United States from continuing its efforts to fumigate and disrupt the FARC's manufacturing and distribution of cocaine and cocaine paste. Consistent with these activities, in or about 1997, the U.S. Department of State designated the FARC as a foreign terrorist organization, pursuant to Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. On November 30th, 2021, the State Department removed FARC from the foreign terrorist organization list and simultaneously designated two FARC successor organizations pursuant to that same statute, the FARC-EP and the Segunda Marquitalia, both of which remain so designated as of the filing of this superseding indictment. The ELN has operated as a Colombian terrorist group since 1965. They're dedicated to the violent overthrow of the democratically elected government of Colombia. In furtherance of its anti-government agenda, the ELN has committed kidnappings, bombings, and other violent attacks targeting civilians and Colombian law enforcement. In addition, the ELN exports tons of cocaine annually to the US and elsewhere in order to finance its terrorist activities, and has at various times partnered with other Colombian guerrilla groups in pursuit of its cocaine trafficking and violent agenda. Consistent with these activities, in or about 1997, the State Department also designated ELN as a foreign terrorist organization group, and they remain so. The Sinaloa cartel, based in Mexican state of Sinaloa, has its roots in the late 1980s when the so-called Mexican Federation functioned as a council with representatives from the respective drug trafficking organizations of its principal leaders. During the late 1980s and 1990s, the members of the Mexican Federation partnered with Colombian sources of supply to transport drugs through Mexico and into the United States. In the early 2000s, Joaquin Archivaldo Guzman Loera, aka El Chapo, and Ismael Zambada Garcia, El Mayo, formed a partnership that led to the transformation of the Mexican Federation into the Sinaloa cartel. We have both of those guys in custody now, which became the largest drug trafficking organization in the world. At present, the Sinaloa cartel is highly organized and active in more than half of all states in Mexico. Through a sophisticated and heavily armed security apparatus, the Sinaloa cartel wields power through fear, threats, and violence, including by killing police, civilians, and members of other criminal groups who encroach on their territory without authorization. Members of the Sinaloa cartel may also be killed for perceived disloyalty, disobedience, or to send a message. To further and to protect its drug interest, the Sinaloa cartel engages in other criminal activity, including bribery, extortion, and weapons trafficking. As an additional means of revenue and profit, the Sinaloa cartel engages in migrant smuggling and human trafficking. Consistent with these activities, in or about February 2025, the State Department designated the Sinaloa cartel as a foreign terrorist organization. The Sinaloa cartel remains so designated. The Zetas, later known as Cartel del Noreste, CDN, is a violent and prolific transnational drug organization based in northeastern Mexico, involved in drug trafficking, kidnapping, extortion, human smuggling, and other illicit activities. The Zetas use violence to exert criminal control, including attacks against government officials in Mexico. Between in or about 2000 and in or about 2010, the Zetas formed an alliance with the Gulf Cartel, a group of drug traffickers primarily based in northern Mexico, whereby the Zetas served as the armed militaristic wing of the Gulf Cartel to maintain control of drug trafficking routes through Mexico. The Zetas recruited members of the Mexican Special Forces, along with drug traffickers who never served in the military or with a police force, to join the organization. In or about summer of 2010, the Zetas and Gulf Cartel's alliance fractured after a period of intense violence between the organizations. At that time, the Zetas operated as an independent drug trafficking organization that imported ton quantities of cocaine into the U.S. Consistent with these activities, in or about February 2025, State Department designated CDN, formerly known as Zetas, as a foreign terrorist organization, and they remain so as of this filing. Tren de Aragua, TDA, is a violent transnational criminal organization that originated as a prison gang in Venezuela. TDA has expanded its criminal network throughout the Western Hemisphere and established a presence in the United States, including New York. Tren de Aragua's criminal activities include human smuggling and other illicit acts. TDA has developed additional revenue sources through a range of other criminal activities, including drug trafficking, firearms trafficking, commercial sex trafficking, kidnapping, robbery, theft, fraud, and extortion. TDA members also commit murder, assault, and other acts of violence to enforce and further the organization's criminal activities. TDA has formed ties with other criminal groups operating in the Western Hemisphere and, at times, is willing to collaborate with other criminal organizations and groups on a local and ad hoc basis. Consistent with these activities, in or about February 2025, the State Department designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization, and it remains so designated. The defendants corrupt drug trafficking and connections to narco-terrorist groups. Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, like former President Chavez before him, participates in and perpetuates and protects a culture of corruption in which powerful Venezuelan elites enrich themselves through drug trafficking and the protection of their partner drug traffickers. The profits of that illegal activity flow to corrupt rank-and-file civilian, military, and intelligence officials who operate in a patronage system run by those at the top, referred to as the Cartel de los Soles, or Cartel of the Suns, a reference to the sun insignia affixed to the uniforms on high-ranking Venezuelan military officials. Venezuela sits in a geographically valuable location for drug traffickers, with northern access to the Caribbean Sea via several large ports and western access to the mountainous regions of Colombia, where coca is grown and turned into the vast majority of the world's cocaine supply in jungle laboratories. Starting in or about 1999, Venezuela became a safe haven for drug traffickers willing to pay for protection and support corrupt Venezuelan civilian and military officials who operated outside the reach of Colombian law enforcement and armed forces, bolstered by United States anti-narcotics assistance. In that environment, cocaine trafficking flourished. Venezuelan officials and their family members, including Nicolas Maduro Moros, Diosdado Cabello Rondon, Ramon Rodriguez Chacin, Celia Adela Flores de Maduro, and Nicolas Ernesto Maduro Guerrera, aka Nicolasito, aka the Prince. All of these are the defendants in this case. They partnered with narcotics traffickers and narco-terrorist groups. By the way, there's someone that is left off here because the guy this case is named after has already pled guilty. The chicken, El Pollo, right? He's already pled guilty. So he's left off of this list because he's already been processed as part of this case. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is like, if there's a new case brought, a new docket opened, right? With the same indictment and all of that. But for now, this is on this United States v. Carvajal Barrios docket. Okay. These defendants dispatched processed cocaine from Venezuela to the United States via transshipment points in the Caribbean and Central America, such as Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico. By in or about 2020, the State Department estimated that between 200 and 250 tons of cocaine were trafficked through Venezuela annually. The maritime shipments were shipped north from Venezuela's coastline using go-fast vessels, fishing boats, and container ships. Air shipments were often dispatched from clandestine airstrips, typically made of dirt or grass, and also from commercial airports under the control of corrupt government and military officials. Through this drug trafficking, Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, and corrupt members of his regime enabled corruption fueled by drug trafficking throughout the region. The transshipment points in Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico similarly relied on a culture of corruption in which cocaine traffickers operating in those countries paid a portion of their own profits to politicians who protect and aided them. In turn, these politicians used the cocaine-fueled payments to maintain and augment their political power. So too were politicians along the Caribbean route, corrupted by cocaine traffickers who would pay them for protection from arrest and to allow favored traffickers to operate with impunity as they trafficked cocaine from Venezuela north towards the United States. Thus, at every step, relying on the producers in Colombia, transporters and distributors in Venezuela, and recipients and redistributors on transshipment points north, the traffickers enriched themselves and their corrupt benefactors who protected and aided them. Similarly, Nicolas Maduro Moros, Diosdado Cabello Rondon, and Ramon Rodriguez Chacin, the defendants and other corrupt members of the regime, facilitated the empowerment and growth of violent narco-terrorist groups fueling their organizations with cocaine profits. Here we're getting to count one. These narco-terrorist groups not only worked directly with and sent profits to high-ranking Venezuelan officials, but also reaped the benefits of the increased value of that cocaine at each transshipment point along the way to the United States, where demand and thus the price of cocaine is highest. Those organizations include the FARC and ELN, which control cocaine production in the mountainous regions of Colombia, the Sinaloa Cartel and Zetas, which control routes in Central America, and the methods of crossing cocaine from Mexico into the United States, and TDA, Tren de Aragua, which controls a criminal network able to assist with the transportation of cocaine within Venezuela and on the Venezuelan coast. Overt acts and furtherance of the defendant's drug trafficking and narco-terrorism conspiracies. The defendants, together and with others, engaged in a relentless campaign of cocaine trafficking throughout the time period charged in this superseding indictment, resulting in the distribution of thousands of tons of cocaine in the United States. Throughout, Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, along with members of his family and other corrupt officials, provided law enforcement cover and logistical support for the transport of cocaine through Venezuela, with knowledge that their drug trafficking partners would move the cocaine north to the United States. While this conduct occurred regularly and repeatedly through the time period charged below are certain examples of acts engaged in by the defendants in furtherance of their drug trafficking, including in partnership with narco-terrorist groups. Between approximately 2006 and 2008, while acting as Venezuela's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maduro Moros sold Venezuelan diplomatic passports to individuals that he knew were drug traffickers in order to assist traffickers seeking to move drug proceeds from Mexico to Venezuela under diplomatic cover. When the drug traffickers needed to move drug proceeds from Mexico back to Venezuela, Maduro Moros facilitated the movement of private planes under diplomatic cover to ensure the flights received no scrutiny from law enforcement or the military. On these occasions, Maduro Moros called the Venezuelan embassy in Mexico to advise that a diplomatic mission would be arriving by private plane. Then, while the traffickers met with the Venezuelan ambassador to Mexico under the auspices of diplomatic mission from Maduro Moros, their plane was loaded with the drug proceeds. The plane would then return to Venezuela under diplomatic cover. In approximately 2007, Celia Adela Foz de Moro, the wife of Nicolas Maduro, attended a meeting in which she accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes to broker a meeting between a large-scale drug trafficker and the director of Venezuela's National Anti-Drug Office, Restor Reveral Torres. The drug trafficker later arranged to pay a monthly bribe to Reveral Torres in addition to approximately $100,000 for each flight that was transporting cocaine to ensure the flight's safe passage, a portion of which was then paid to Flores, Celia. In or about 2015, Reverell Torres was charged with narcotics offenses in the Eastern District of New York, and he is still a fugitive. Between in or about 2003 and in or about 2011, while Diosdado Cabello Rondon, the defendant, occupied various official positions in Venezuela, the Zetas worked with a group of Colombian drug traffickers to dispatch cargo containers on container ships carrying 5 to 6 tons of cocaine each, and sometimes as much as 20 tons each, from ports in Venezuela to ports in Mexico, and ultimately to the United States. The tens of thousands of kilograms of cocaine sent by this group were protected in Venezuela by Venezuelan military officials referred to as the generals. Between in or about 2004 and in or about 2015, Maduro Moros and Flores de Maduro. Maduro Moros and Flores de Maduro worked together to traffic cocaine, much of which had been previously seized by Venezuelan law enforcement with the assistance of armed military escorts. During this time, Nicolas and Celia maintained their own groups of state-sponsored gangs known as colectivos to facilitate and protect their drug trafficking operations, so collectives. Maduro Moros and Flores de Maduro also ordered kidnappings, beatings, and murders against those who owed them drug money or otherwise undermined their drug trafficking operation, including ordering the murder of local drug bosses in Caracas, Venezuela. In or about 2006, Venezuelan officials dispatched more than 5.5 tons of cocaine from Venezuela to Mexico on a DC-9 jet. Cabello Rondon, then director of Venezuela's military intelligence, Hugo Armando Carvajal Barrios, aka El Pollo, the chicken. He makes an appearance. The chicken, this guy right down there, the chicken. He is future star witness in this case. Bet on it. Bet on it. I mean, think about how many. Think about the power that's at issue here and the money, that the billions of dollars that are at issue here. And the violent power and influence that all of these organizations have in Central America, in this hemisphere. They, Trinidad Aragua, the Zetas, ELN, guys, all of these groups are right now, one, scattering, trying to figure out how to protect themselves from whatever fallout may come from Maduro being removed. Two, trying to figure out how they can consolidate any power, gain more power for themselves and protect their operations. Three, they're trying to figure out how they can kill this guy, kill Maduro, kill Celia. They are trying to figure out how they can prevent this case from exposing them more. This is huge. So Apoyo pled guilty in June 2025 in the SDNY to narco-terrorism, narcotics, and weapons offenses that were based on the first superseding indictment in this case. And Venezuelan National Guard Captain Basile Cotasque Villarroel Ramirez. Right there. Right down there on the bottom right. Actually, my picture is blocking it. Right down there, if you want to take a look. Right here. worked with other members of the Venezuelan regime to coordinate the shipment. The more than 5.5 tons of cocaine were transported in approximately 5 vans to the hangar reserved for the Venezuelan president at Simón Bolívar International Airport in Maiquetía, Venezuela. At the Maiquetía airport, members of the Venezuelan National Guard loaded the cocaine onto the plane, which took off using a flight plan that Villarreal Ramirez approved in exchange for bribes. Despite the payment of those bribes, when the plane landed at Ciudad del Carmen Airport in Campeche, Mexico, Mexican authorities seized more than 5.5 tons of cocaine. Shortly after the seizure, Villarreal Ramirez told the Venezuelan drug traffickers who worked with him that they needed to pay Cabello Rondon a bribe to ensure that those who had assisted them at the Maiquetía airport would not be arrested. Villarreal Ramirez then arranged a meeting with Cabello Rondon, after which the traffickers paid approximately $2.5 million to Cabello Rondon through his family member. In or about 2013, Villarreal Ramirez was charged with narcotics offenses in the Eastern District of New York and is a fugitive. Between approximately 2006 and 2008, Hector Rustin Ford Guerrero Flores, aka Nino Guerrero, the defendant, worked with one of the largest drug traffickers in Venezuela, Walid Macled. The members of the Venezuelan regime helped protect Macled's cocaine shipments that were transported from the San Fernando de Apure, Venezuela, to Valencia, Venezuela, and were then sent by plane from the Valencia International Airport to Mexico and other locations in Central America for eventual distribution to the United States. Between and or about 2008 and 2009, Guerrero Flores also provided another major Venezuelan drug trafficker with protection for cocaine shipments moving through Venezuela, including by providing armed men who carried various weapons, AK-47s, MP5s, AR-15s, as well as grenades. At times, Guerrero Flores personally accompanied large cocaine loads as they were guarded by the teams of armed men en route to airports or airstrips for transport north and eventual distribution to the United States. Guerrero Flores was paid a fee per kilogram of cocaine transported or received, and he sometimes received an interest in portions of those massive cocaine shipments in lieu of payment. The traffickers that Guerrero Flores worked with moved thousands of kilos per shipment, multiple times per month, resulting in the distribution of hundreds of tons of cocaine to the U.S. In or about 2009, Macled was charged with narcotics offenses in the SDNY and is a fugitive. In or about 2008, Ramon Rodriguez Chacin, the defendant, maintained a large estate in Barinas State, Venezuela, which contained a large FARC encampment and training school with approximately 200 armed FARC members carrying automatic rifles at any given time. During this time, Rodriguez Chacin accepted tens of thousands of dollars in bribes to use his corrupt influence to shield a large-scale drug trafficker from arrest and extradition. During subsequent meetings with drug trafficker between in or about 2008 and 2010, Rodriguez Chacin discussed trafficking multi-ton quantities of cocaine with other Venezuelan officials, including Carvajal Barrios. In or about 2011, the Sinaloa cartel's then leader, Joaquin Archibaldo Guzman Loretta, aka El Chapo, financed cocaine laboratories in Colombia. Cocaine produced in those laboratories was then transported under the protection of FARC into Venezuela and received protection en route to an airstrip from Carvajal Barrios, a close ally of Maduro Moros and Cabello Rondon, the chicken. In or about September 2013, mere months after Maduro Moros succeeded to the Venezuelan presidency, Venezuelan officials dispatched approximately 1.3 tons of cocaine on a commercial flight from Maiquetía Airport to Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. French authorities seized that cocaine. Following the seizure, Maduro Moros convened a meeting with, among others, Cabello Rondon and Carvajal Barrios. During the meeting, Maduro Moros and Cabello Rondon and Carvajal Barrios that they should not, Maduro told those two individuals, Cabello Rondon and Carvajal Barrios, that they should not have used the Maiquetía airport for drug trafficking after the 2006 seizure in Mexico, and they should instead use other well-established drug routes and locations to dispatch cocaine. Shortly thereafter, Maduro Moros and others authorized the arrest of certain Venezuelan military officials in an effort to divert public and law enforcement scrutiny away from Maduro, Cabello Rondon and Carvajal Barrios' participation in the shipment. So let me just highlight this. It's what's happening here. is the indictment is giving you examples of how these things work: the bribery, the fees for trafficking, the routes they took, the various airports they went to, the means of transporting this cocaine, right? And it's giving you examples of some of the seizures that have occurred. They've selected these because they have the evidence to prove it. They know, they are aware of many, 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 many more instances just like these. But they've selected, for the purpose of the indictment and the charges they're bringing against Maduro, these specific instances because they have evidence that can directly tie the defendants in this case to what they are describing here. So where it says that Maduro told these two individuals that they shouldn't have used that airport and they should use a different airport, and they should do so because of the seizure in 2006 in Mexico. You've been found out. You need to use this other airport. They can prove that. They have evidence that will show whether it's a phone call that was recorded or a documentation, or it's going to be based on Carvajal Barrios' own testimony, which is why you see his name here. I think it's because he's going to be the star witness in this case, as I said earlier. They're giving examples of these are the instances of criminal acts that we can prove that give evidence of a narco-terrorism conspiracy, a drug trafficking conspiracy. And here's where people were killed, and here's where people were arrested by Venezuela's own people in order to distract from what was going on, in order to protect the organization's operations. That's what's going on in this indictment. They're not picking these things just randomly. There's a reason behind each one. And so as you hear each one of these examples, you can trust that we're going to see evidence of these that tie all this together as the case go forward, and give evidence to Maduro and the other defendants' participation in these specific instances. Between approximately 2014 and 2015, a captain in the Venezuelan National Guard at Margarita Island, Venezuela, coordinated hotels, transportation, women, and food for visits by Venezuelan officials, including Nicolas Ernesto Maduro Captured, who visited Margarita Island approximately twice monthly. Ooh. This sounds like a good place for U.S. intelligence to set an operation up. This sounds like the perfect place to gather intel on these people. Okay, Maduro Captured would arrive on a Falcon 900 plane owned by Venezuela's state oil company, PDVSA, before leaving the island. Maduro Captured's PDVSA plane would be loaded, sometimes with the assistance of armed sergeants, with large packages wrapped in tape that the captain understood were drugs. Maduro Captured was present while the PDVSA plane was loaded, and on one occasion stated that the plane could go wherever it wanted, including the United States. Between in or about October 2015 and in or about November 2015, Efraín Campo Flores and Frankie Francisco Flores de Freitas, two relatives of Maduro Moros and Flores de Maduro, their nephews, agreed during recorded meetings with DEA and confidential sources to dispatch multi-hundred kilogram cocaine shipments from Maduro Moros' presidential hangar at the Macatilla airport. During recorded meetings with the sources, Campo Flores and Flores de Freitas explained that they were at war with the United States and described the Cartel de los Soles, discussed a connection to a commander for the FARC who was supposedly high-ranked, and indicated that they were seeking to raise $20 million in drug proceeds to support a campaign by Flores de Maduro in connection with the late 2015 election for the Venezuelan National Assembly. Campo Flores referred to Maduro Moros as his father and stated that what we want is for him to take control again of the National Assembly. In or about November 2016, Campo Flores and Flores de Freitas were convicted at trial in this district for conspiring to import cocaine into the United States. And I covered some of that in my previous videos. In or about 2017, Maduro Captured worked to ship hundreds of kilograms of cocaine from Venezuela to Miami, During this time, Maduro Guerrera spoke with his drug trafficking partners about, among other things, shipping low quality cocaine to New York because it could not be sold in Miami, arranging a 500 kilogram shipment of cocaine to be unloaded from a cargo container near Miami, and using scrap metal containers to smuggle cocaine into the ports of New York. In or about 2018 and 2019, Rodriguez Chacin made multiple trips from Barinas State to Caracas with a key FARC leader for meetings with Maduro Moros. These trips were part of a long history of Rodriguez Chacin's regular meetings with the FARC and ELN members in both their jungle encampments and Barinas, because Rodriguez Chacin was assigned by Maduro Moros to provide the FARC and ELN with protection and support. Rodriguez Chacin also brought FARC leaders to meet Maduro Moros at Miraflores, the presidential palace in Caracas, as well as Fuerte Tiuna, which is the bunker where we arrested Maduro, that Delta raided, the chief military complex in Caracas and headquarters of Venezuela's Ministry of Defense. In or about July 2019, shortly after certain FARC leaders had publicly returned to arms despite the signing of recent peace accords with the Colombian government, Maduro Moros and Cabello Rondon attended a videotaped press conference at which Maduro Moros announced that the FARC and its leaders were welcome in Venezuela. In or about 2019, Tren de Araga's leader, Guerrero Flores, discussed drug trafficking with an individual he understood to be working with the Venezuelan regime. That's the kind of description that tells you he might have been a double agent. Over multiple calls, Guerrero Flores offered to provide escort services for drug loads, explaining that Guerrero Flores and TDA had control of the coastlines of Venezuela's Aragua state. Guerrero Flores, speaking from TDA's base of operations in Tocorón prison, explained that TDA could handle the logistics of every aspect of the drug trade, including the use of storage compartments that Guerrero Flores called cradles, located on a beach in Aragua state. In doing so, Guerrero Flores confirmed TDA's ability to protect over 1 ton of cocaine. Of course, they can protect much more than that, but it doesn't matter as far as this indictment goes. In about 2020, Maduro Guerrera attended a meeting in Medellin, Colombia, with 2 representatives of the FARC. During the meeting, Maduro Guerrera discussed arrangements to move large quantities of cocaine and weapons through Colombia and into the United States over the course of the next 6 years, until in or about 2026. Maduro Guerrera also discussed paying the FARC with weapons in connection with the cocaine loads. In or about 2007, at the direction of Carvajal Barrios, Venezuelan General Cliver Alcala Cordonez delivered to FARC leadership 4 crates of weapons from the Venezuelan government, which included 20 grenades and 2 grenade launchers. In or about June 2023, Alcala Cordonez pleaded guilty in this district to conspiring to provide material support to the FARC as a foreign terrorist who is a FTO, foreign terrorist organization, pursuant to a 3rd superseding indictment in this case. So that's someone else we could see as a star witness in this case. Also, that's why there's the count in this case of drug shipments and machine guns, conspiracy to transport machine guns, possession. These right here, counts 3 and 4. It kind of seems like small things maybe, but it just further goes to the fact that this is a violent gang, and Maduro and these defendants are integral and complicit in the equipping of these violent cartels. Between in or about 2022 and in or about 2024, Cabello Rondon regularly traveled to clandestine airstrips controlled by the ELN near the Colombia-Venezuela border to ensure the cocaine's continued safe passage in Venezuelan territory. From these airstrips, cocaine was dispatched out of Venezuela both on flights approved by the Venezuelan military officials and on clandestine flights designed to avoid detection by law enforcement or militaries in South and Central America. In or about the end of 2024, Cabello Rondon received narcotics proceeds from cocaine trafficking, and in about 2025, Colombian drug traffickers discussed with an associate of Cabello Rondon plans for continued cocaine trafficking through Venezuela. So that's the end of the overt acts section. The next part are the statutory allegations. So count 1, narco-terrorism conspiracy, and it's saying like everything that was described in paragraphs 1 through 21 of this superseding indictment show that from 1999 to 2025, Nicolas Maduro Moros, Diosdado Cabello Rondon, and Ramon Rodriguez Chacin committed overt acts in furtherance of a narco-terrorism conspiracy. And then it mentions which foreign terrorist organizations they were involved with, which are all the ones named here: FARC and their various components, Segunda Marquetalia, ELN, Tren de Aragua, Sinaloa Cartel, CDN, Zetas, all of them. Count 2, cocaine importation conspiracy. That's also described in paragraphs 1 through 21, of course. Those same defendants I mentioned before, plus his Maduro's wife, Celia Adela Flores de Maduro, and Nicolas Ernesto de Maduro Guerrera, and Hector Rustenford Guerrero Flores. So that's what's all described in those paragraphs we just read. And then count 3, conspiracy or possession of machine guns. Then count 4 is going to be conspiracy to do the same. That was described particularly in this last part where it was described shipment of arms to specific members, Tren de Aragua, to enable them and help them in protecting these shipments of cocaine. So that's what this that's what this indictment says. And I think the most, like, they, as I said earlier, they could describe so many thousands of instances of these people engaging in criminal activity and activity in support of foreign terrorist organizations and crime syndicates that do harm directly and indirectly to United States citizens and the United States itself, and to United States interest and to our allies. The prosecutors have selected the ones for which they know absolutely certain, they believe very strongly, I should say, that they have the evidence to convict them on these charges. And I guarantee they're going to use the testimony of those 2 people who have already pleaded guilty. And then they're also, I would be shocked if Delta Force did not take with them various electronic devices and other documentation from the palace. Maybe, I don't know if they actually went there or not. And but from the bunker, I think that they were probably able to get a lot of evidence, but wisely, they're not going to advertise that they did. And then next we have forfeiture allegations, which is, everything you own is going to be forfeited to the U.S. Because basically everything you own is in all of your bank accounts and all of those things. It was all purchased, or it's all had, the numbers in it are all based on criminal activity. Okay. Last thing I want to cover about this. That's the indictment. He was arraigned. He pled not guilty. And then you probably saw that he said that he was a good man. And you've probably seen him act kind of like, he's kind of been smiling in some images that have gone around. And he's kind of like smiling for the press. I'm not surprised to see that. Some people have been surprised to see that. Like they thought that he would be looking down, or kind of like pulling like beaten up, like, not like literally beaten up, but like downtrodden, depressed, and all these things. I didn't actually expect that, really. I expected him to, he's a politician. He's going to play to the cameras. He's going to try and appear like he's unfazed by this. He's the one who's a victim here. That's the angle he's going to work. And I'm not really surprised by that. There were also some images, or, they have the courtroom drawing of his wife, and she looked to have bandages on her head. So I don't know if those were already there, or if she was injured while they were apprehending her. That might come up. You might see that complained about. Not that it's going to make a bit of difference. but she's someone else, or that's just another thing about her that was picked up on. Lastly, I want to tell you about his attorney. The attorney for Maduro is Barry Joel Pollock, or at least that's the guy who's his attorney right now. Maybe that'll change. And if you don't know that name, that's okay. He's a white collar crime criminal defendant, criminal defense attorney, defends some high profile people. And where you are probably most familiar with his work from is that he also represented Julian Assange. He signed on as Julian Assange's defense attorney in January, almost exactly 3 years ago, January 3rd, 2023. Then, of course, later Assange somehow was able to get a plea deal, which I'm still unhappy about. So another fun fact about this whole thing going on in this case, and there's so many interesting and fun facts. There's so much intrigue here. Maduro's defense counsel is Barry J. Pollock, and this is not the first Russian asset that Pollock has represented. He also represented Julian Assange, another infamous Russian asset. But that's a discussion for another day. I'm sure some people just raise their eyebrow at me. If you don't know that Julian Assange is a Russian asset, well, I suggest you go back and rethink your assessment of Julian Assange and who he was, what he's all about. Okay, so that's my coverage of the indictment, and I'm adding this to the list of what I call just cases, because I'm just human, and these are my just cases, and I'm going to be tracking this case and tracking what goes on with Maduro. I think this has the potential to be one of the most significant cases in the history of cases. I am so excited for this. I said it before, this is more significant. This is more impactful than any arrest of any Democrat politician or any domestic villain in the U.S. that you or maybe some other people have been whining about. Why hasn't Pam Bondi arrested this particular person or that particular person? Well, maybe she was doing much bigger things like this. Like this, guys. It could hardly be more important than getting this guy right up here. You see people complain, why hasn't Pam Bondi arrested whoever it is that they particularly dislike? Well, it's because we've been working, it's because the Trump admin has been working on getting this one. A guy who's on a tier far, far, far above just about everybody else that they could possibly have brought a case against. I'm getting excited about it all over again. All right. Thank you very much for listening to this video, and I'll make a playlist on Rumble and YouTube for this and continue my coverage of this case and others. If you're interested in this type of stuff, keep following me. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. Sign up to my Substack, justhuman.substack.com. All right. You'll see me in the next video. And until then, stay human. And for you podcast listeners, I thank you very much. This is another long podcast, but man, this material's we're just flushed with great material, right? So I hope you've enjoyed this episode. I hope you enjoyed this deep dive into what's going on with Maduro and everything. And thank you all so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your feedback. Keep giving me your feedback, whatever it is, whether it's criticism on how I'm doing things, or it's things you like, changes that you're appreciating that I've made, or some things you would like to see. Please feel free to drop a comment or send me a message. Let me know what your thoughts are. And to everybody who has subscribed to the Substack or who has bought me coffee lately, or however you have contributed to support this project and all that I do, I just can't thank you enough. So God bless, stay righteous and stay good to one another. And you'll see me in the next podcast episode. Thanks, guys.